Oh, but it shouldn't be near that. Whoever sits here gets that job. There we go. Just gonna undo what you did. Good deal. Okay. Okay, who else is on the panel? We've got Isabella. And-
Jenny, Alan,
Okay,
and over there in the white.
okay.
And so Jenny, Alan, and Isabella. And Isabella's right there too.
Okay.
Thank you for putting that in my mind. Yeah.
Isabella, thank you so much for being on the panel. I'm going to have you guys go ahead and just have a seat. There. You bring it. Thank you. Hey, where?
London. Just for the weekend. It's ridiculous. It's just a little family reunion for Chris's family. They've been together
I
for 4 years.
Nice. That's quite a flight for a weekend.
I told him, what are we doing? We're too old for the show. Why didn't we just take a week off?
Yeah, it actually works. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Morning. It's good to see everybody. Thank you so much for showing up. I'm Kara Kostuk, Faculty Council Chair, and this is actually my very favorite event that we do here. I've often said that I wish we did this every year, and then every time we plan it, I'm reminded why we do not. So thank you to all my colleagues who have helped make this possible. Thank you to Russell. Thank you to our provost for her continued support of faculty scholarship and development. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Professor Karen Lockwood, who will be moderating and introducing our panelists today.
Okay, welcome everybody. Appreciate everybody coming, and thank you very much to our panel for being willing to participate. I'd first like to introduce Dr. Jenny Gan, and she is a professor of music. Also, Dr. Alan Richard Sappi is an associate professor of modern languages. Dr. Isabella Mendez is an assistant professor of biology. Okay. Sorry, I can't read and see you guys at the same time. Dr. Ellington is a professor of political science, and Dr. Becker Tong is a professor of biology. Welcome. If you guys would like to have a seat. Okay, so I've got some questions that I'm going to be asking, but if you in the crowd, if you have any questions at all, feel free to ask questions. Students especially, remember you will get a ticket that goes towards the gift or whatever that they're, I think, is it a gift card or something? That the Amazon gift card, nice, that they'll be drawing on for that later. Okay, so first of all, these are just kind of general questions. I feel like I'm gonna, yeah, I'll try not to stand in anybody's way. These are generalized questions that are gonna speak to us about research and their experience research and, you know, just any other questions that anybody might come up with. First, I'd like to ask, what inspired your initial interest or curiosity in your area of research? It's open for anybody.
Hello. So I think with my area of research, I was not originally interested in plant genetics. Okay, so my lab, we do plant genetics research. When I was in undergrad, I was actually really interested in muscle dystrophy research. So I have some family members who suffered from Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, and I was working in labs that were doing that work. When I went to grad school, 2 of my rotations were in muscle dystrophy labs. I thought, okay, I did this in undergrad, that's what I'm going to do in grad school. I focused on that. One of the labs that I did, some of the best advice that I ever got in undergrad was when you go to grad school, one of your rotations, do it on something wacky. Do it on something outside of your area of expertise, outside of what you're interested in. And for me, that was plants. I was never interested in plants. And I ended up going into a plant research lab in grad school because I just wanted to do something weird. I thought for sure I was going to go into this zebrafish muscle dystrophy lab. And I'm like, let's just go mess around in the plant lab for, 6 weeks or whatever for the rotation. And when I got there, I found that I really loved it. And for me, I'm kind of squeamish with animals. I don't like, a lot of that research is extremely important. But for me, I'm just really bad at, like, if I have to clip a fin from a zebrafish or something, it's just really difficult for me to do. And I found that working with plants was much more comforting and easy for me to do. So that's kind of how I got into my field of research, kind of by happenstance. So my advice is definitely to always try something outside your comfort zone and see if there's something there that you could find that would be nice.
So I guess I'll go next. A lot of you know that I'm actually a Wesleyan graduate, purple class of 2002, yeah? And so I actually didn't come here as a music or an art major, and those 2 ended up being my double majors when I left. So what I found was the faculty and my peers inspiring me. So if you find your people, people who are curious like you, ambitious like you, who are doing the things that you want to be doing, and just hang around those people a lot, I think it rubs off, and that's basically what led me to my field and passion.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Provost. I am first going to make a request here to the Faculty Council and to the Provost that this be heard every year, right? Instead of every 2 years, because it's one of the exciting moments for faculty like us and for our students. So will you help plan it? We will talk about that, but we will find a room. I am sure that we will find a room. Well, as for my research, it's spread between theory and practice. What is called theories? Theory is what I have been studying since grad school in Cameroon and in France and Spain, mainly what we call sociocritics theory, psychoanalysis, semiotic, and when we study that theory, we apply into book, and considering a book like a small world, a world where character represent people in the society. So mainly I analyze the character inside the book, analyzing, for example, in the case of detective character, I analyze detective character or why, or the crazy character inside the book, and see the relation that exists between the character and the society. Because most of the time, character is the small world inside the book that reflect the reality of the society. Why people behave so crazy nowadays? Why there's a lot of stress? Why this and that? And most of the time, the question that I focus on in my research, also studying the evolution of book. How book or genre like detective book, how this book transform, evaluate since the end of 19th century up to nowadays. And by studying that, I opened my vision to China, to Latin America, to Europe, to Africa, as I am going to talk about my presentation today at 10:45. So mainly, it's a study of a person that lives inside the book, a character, and that's something that is very passionate for me, and I thank you for coming today. Thank you so much.
All right, the moment of truth. This thing does work. How many of you have fallen down some kind of rabbit hole in the last month or so? Okay, quite a lot. That happens to me too. And usually what happens is you read, look some things up, work on it for a while, and then come to some kind of satisfactory conclusion. And sometimes there's something I'm curious about where I find that I have a question and I can't find an answer to that question. And so that ends up being an avenue for research, like, oh God, nobody's done this, now I have to work and do something for myself. So my current work focuses on journalism and local government, and specifically the collapse of local journalism over the last 25 years. And I think this is probably interesting to me, partly because it's important, but also partly because of my biography. So I grew up around newspapers. I remember being at the Thomasville Times-Enterprise when I was 8 years old on Friday nights. I'd be down there with my dad until midnight because there's no point in putting out a Saturday paper if you don't have the high school football scores. Since 2007, I've been involved in local government in some way, shape, or form. And over the past 20, 25 years, I've been watching with a mixture of horror and grief as local journalism has collapsed, and there hasn't been something that has come in to fix that model or replace it. So I've seen a lot of work on news deserts, communities that don't have a newspaper. There's a lot of data about how many reporters have lost their jobs, how many news outlets have closed, but I wondered how many local governments actually aren't getting covered. And I found that there was no information out there on that. Nobody was counting. So I got a little bit of money and conducted a couple of national surveys and found out that it's over a third, which is quite a lot in my opinion. And then things kind of snowballed from there. So that's how I got to where I am right now.
Thank you, Dr. Ellington, and everybody. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I could tell the truth about how I got into research, or I could, not. So the truth is that I chose my undergraduate or my graduate lab because the PI was 6'2" and had pretty blue eyes. But I shouldn't tell that story. Or I could say that the reason that I chose my postgraduate lab at the University of Texas Medical School was because the fellow who was the PI brought me a leader. You don't know what that is, but a leader is a piece of fishing equipment, and I like fishing. And so I thought that was really cool, and so I picked his lab, not entirely because of that, but in part. And as I reflect on that, it seems a whole lot less intellectual than my colleagues. So I could say that one of the reasons that I picked research in general was because of the adventure. Science is, to me, an adventure, and then this afternoon I'll talk about the undiscovered country. And it really is an opportunity to break some boundaries, to do some things differently. When I came out of science, I was the only woman in the department. And so that was an experience. And then when I went to the University of Texas Medical School, there were more women, which is great, but there still weren't a lot. And so it was really an opportunity to explore my passion. And that passion is the exploration and the discovery, which is really, for me, the most fun of science. And so lately, maybe for the past 25 years, I have engaged in research in reproductive and developmental biology. In particular, I'm interested in toxicology and the influence of pharmacologic agents on male and female reproductive function. Thanks.
Thank you. I think the key factor there is curiosity and passion, I think would sort of envelop a lot of that. We're going to go on and talk about the process and evolution. So if you can answer, how has your research process or approach changed over time, either because of technology, collaboration, or personal growth? And with that, you might be able to include some of your current research.
Sure. So when I came from Baylor College of Medicine, the work that I did there was in molecular genetics. I participated in the sequencing of the mouse Y chromosome, and so we did a lot of genomics work. And that requires sequencing instruments and a lot of resources that were not available here. And I came here on purpose, largely because Dr. Rowan inspired me to be able to do research. But the type of research that I did had to change. And so I brought with me a mouse that was called a splotch mouse. It's a model for neural crest cell development. Everybody here has had neural crest cells. You don't appreciate it, but you did it. And during development, you had neural crest cells that help to make your inner ear, that help to make your aortic arches. And they're really, really interesting cells. And so I started out with my splotch mouse. And it became quickly evident to me that, again, I couldn't do the things that I wanted to do because I had to sort of adjust my research to what we could do and what could be done by students. And so I thought that was super important. Cell culture was something that I had done, and it was a facility that we sort of had in our old building. And things have changed a great deal over the 25 years I've been here. And so in our old building, the cell culture facility was a little room, and the animal the animal facility was another room in Taylor that you regulated the light based on, I don't know if it was light out or dark out. And so when we got this new building, it really did open up a whole lot of opportunities for us to do different types of research. And so over time, my research has never really altered from looking at reproductive function in terms of male and female, but the techniques I've used have really changed a lot. We do a lot of cell culture. Currently, Caitlin's working on looking at histology and the influence of a certain type of drug on male and on female reproductive histology. And so over time, it's had to evolve depending upon the facilities that were available. But the thing that hasn't changed is inclusion of students in my research. And that's, I think, a very important part of what it is that I do.
So I think a lot of the evolution in my research comes down to what techniques are available and what questions I'm asking at any particular time. Consistently throughout my career, I've been interested in and done work on democracy. But today I find that I'm doing a lot more quantitative work, whereas at the beginning of my career, I was doing a lot more theoretical work. And some things have changed methodologically in my discipline. You know, about 5 years ago, I went back and got another master's degree while I was on sabbatical, and there were some things available then that were not imagined the last time I'd been in grad school. So big data, machine learning, things like that. And you know, I don't have the equipment to do a lot of big data analysis. I don't have the expertise in network analysis, which has arisen. I may work on that at some point, just not now. But a lot of what I do depends on what questions I'm asking at any given time.
Okay, thank you. As I say, when you have theory, you function like a medical doctor. It means a medical doctor don't work like I am dealing with the patient that is from this area or this country or another part of the world. It deals with all type of patients. So when I start studying character in books, I never imagined that I will focus one day on Chinese writers or Chinese character, on the changing that happened in China in the past 50 years. And that's what happened, because starting 1985, China get into the World Trade Organization, and that bring a change inside the society, and that was materialized in the year 2001. And what's happened inside the society? First, we know that detective novel is the daughter of industrial revolution. And when we talk about industrial revolution, we are in the 90s. At the time, China was not in that. At the beginning of the 20s, China was not in that. So China started having what we call industrial revolution, late 20th century up to now. And what did that bring? It brings the change into the society of class and thief, violence, crime, which was not exist during communism. So when I was studying, I say, well, I will start paying attention on what's happened in the change that bring the industrialization in China nowadays. And my recent book was mainly on that study. So how our technology today impact us in our research? Today, the way we was presenting, for example, conferences have changed because we can use PowerPoint to capture the attention of our audience. We use it in the classroom with our students. So that's how I will say my research have been impacted by the evolution of technology and sciences. Thank you.
So when I was going to graduate school, I saw these two concurrent, but what I thought were conflicting trends happening in my field, which was classical music. I saw that the audience for classical music in the West was dwindling. It was getting fewer and older, the audience. And then concurrently, I saw that East Asians, were mainly taking this music, and there was a boom on the other side. Concurrently with that, I also experienced some anecdotal evidence myself or from others of this bias about Asian performers who are performing Western music, right? Basically, the idea that Asians are like robots or machines or not authentic enough in their expression. And so that became kind of my research interest. And I think as I've come out of that, as I've taught more and more, I think I've become more pragmatic also in the evolution of my research. I think in graduate school, I was trying to impress my department and my peers. And so it's a very esoteric, very high-level niche audience. And as I teach more and more, I've been thinking about impact. How big of an impact do I want to have on the world or on my community? And so I think I've broadened out a little more. So I'm less concerned with impressing my peers now and more concerned with getting the message across and making sure my students or whoever I'm talking to has a new perspective. And that's good enough for me, and that's the pragmatic part, right? So it's not about these very high-level esoteric knowledge, but I think going through that process was incredibly useful because it forces you to be extremely detailed, and it forces you to be extremely rigorous. And I think you need both and so, yeah, that's my journey.
So for my research, a lot of what we're doing in this sort of intersection between cell bio and genetics, every single thing that we do in the lab is a combination of techniques that have been built up for the past 100 years. And those techniques can be as simple as dissecting open a flower to count the ovules inside of the female tissue, or as complex as using a spinning disc confocal microscope to look at subcellular layers. And what I've sort of experienced coming here is this transition from some of that later stage research to more what I would call sort of bread and butter molecular genetics techniques. So I was in grad school at The Ohio State University, and while I was there, when I was working on these projects, you would take a project from knowing nothing about the topic to trying to understand, those nitty-gritty details of how things are localized inside the cell. And one of the things that I used when I was there The department is huge. For those of you who don't know, Ohio State is a very big school. Inside just the molecular genetics department, I think we had more molecular genetics faculty than we do students here at Wesleyan. So it's just an enormous department. And one of the things that the department had access to was this absolutely enormous spinning disk confocal microscope. And this microscope was bigger than that piano over there. It took up basically a whole room, and it cost upwards of $3 million. And so when I was doing my work, one of the things I did was use this very powerful, very detailed microscope to sort of look at some of the subcellular localization of my proteins that I was studying. And first of all, slight tangent, very terrifying using a $2 million microscope for the first time. You know, on that microscope, every objective was worth $10,000. And so if you scratched the objective, you're going to be on the hook for a pretty penny. But what I found when I came here is we don't have a confocal microscope. We don't have a confocal at all. We do have other types of microscopes that are sort of more old and reliable. You have the nice foundational tools. And something that I've found is a lot of the research that you do does not take a $2 million microscope. A lot of my research, the way that I'm designing my lab, is to focus on those fundamental bread and butter questions, things that require real, solid, important molecular genetics techniques that you will use in any biology lab, things like PCR, things like bioinformatics, things like experimental design and cell tissue work. All of these are things that don't take a lot of money, but are very foundational to the field. And we can answer real scientific questions. The first half of my grad school career didn't involve using any instruments that were worth more than $10,000. And most of it was, you know, things worth like $100. You know, you buy a set of primers. Primers are $10 each, okay? And so you can do a lot of that foundational work with very cheap, easy to obtain objects that allow you to still get that experience of being in a very high research environment. So it's a way to not sacrifice the experience of doing that high quality research while performing it under the constraints of the budget that we have. And so that is sort of the goal of my research.
All right, thank you. This question is going to sort of revolve around collaboration mentorship. I think some of you have alluded to that already, but how have collaboration or interdisciplinary connections influenced your work? And if you can include in that how you involve students or other colleagues in your research, and what did you learn from those partnerships?
Want to start? No. Oh, okay, thanks. Well, I think one of the things that I decided, as Isabella alluded to, is when you come to a place that's very different from where you were, you have to decide what type of research you want to do. And early on, I decided I wanted to do research with students, and so my collaborators have always been students. And there's a lot of work involved in training students and having them understand how to do the specific techniques or why you're doing this experiment and reading the literature and the whole thing. But that part of what I've been doing over the past 25 years has been very, very rewarding. I have collaborated with Dr. Rowan. I've collaborated with Mr. Appleby. Who else have I collaborated with? Raise your hand. So I've collaborated with a lot of folks on campus because one of the advantages of a small liberal arts institution is you can ask all kinds of questions, and you have colleagues, at least at Wesleyans, in the case of Wesleyan, that are willing to move through that journey with you. And so it's really been extremely rewarding to be able to collaborate with a number of the folks on the faculty, asking some very different questions from what I was trained in, but also interesting questions. And the other thing about collaborating is there's a lot of interpersonal relationships, and you create this ecosystem of or a network of professionals that, and I still have some professional contacts at Baylor, and I still have some professional contacts at UAB. And so the important part of what we do as academics is really to generate that professional ecosystem and then draw from that ecosystem to ask some different questions that then we could ask on our own.
And my work's probably been a lot more solitary than yours, but I have done some collaboration. So for instance, Courtney helped me out last year when I was gathering data on local governments and whether they have websites, because some still don't, whether they stream their meetings, whether videos are archived, and a lot of that was just grunt work. And having a second set of hands on that basically doubled or even tripled my capacity for figuring some things out on a small piece of a larger puzzle that I was working on. And so that was, that probably would not have gotten done without that collaboration. Most of the work I've done has been sole authored, but some of the best received work I've done has also been in collaboration. So I've worked on several things with Charles Stewart at MIT, who's interested in lines at polling places. And we know that in some polling places, people have to wait a while in long lines, and in others, you zip in and you zip out. And there's an empirical question of why. What accounts for how long a polling place line is going to tend to be? And so what Charles Stewart and about 50 other faculty members from around the country, including me, have done is enlisted students to act as data gatherers at a bunch of polling places to get to some information that we couldn't have gotten otherwise. And so for a couple of election cycles, I actually got students to be certified as poll watchers, and then they could go in literally with their little clipboards and rubrics and count how many people were in line, use their stopwatch. Getting stopwatches was actually an ordeal at that point. But use their stopwatches to time how long it would take a typical person to get from the back of the line to the machine. And there's some really cool results from that, and it could not have been done without a ton of collaborative labor.
So with my experience, I actually come from an interdisciplinary graduate school program. The program that I was in was, they gave this very long name. It was Molecular, Cellular, and Developmental Biology. And the program was actually originally designed to be this interdisciplinary space to try to bring in those different concepts together to facilitate broad-scale collaboration. When I was in grad school, we had multiple different collaborations that we did, some of them with biologists, some of them not with biologists. One of the collaborations we had was actually with a math lab who was doing math research, and we used that collaboration to try to use math to model some of the movements that we were observing inside of the cell and try to get an understanding of what forces were involved in that process. I also had collaborations with other biology researchers. So one of the big pieces of the project that I worked on grad school was I had to clone this gene, basically make copies of this gene so that we could do genetic research on it. And the gene proved extremely difficult to clone. All told, from start to finish, trying to clone this gene, it took about 4 years to clone the gene. The first 3 of that, I was working by myself. The last year of that, we actually went into collaboration with a lab who specialized in gene cloning, and getting their assistance on that with someone who specialized in that field really sped up that process and got us to that final place much quicker. I'm also very interested in collaborations outside the field of science. So my boss when I was in grad school, we call it the PI, Principal Investigator. She's the one who ran the lab. She actually had this ongoing collaboration with the art department, and she co-taught this class with one of the art teachers, where you would have art students come in, teach them how to use microscopes, look at things under the microscopes, and then make artwork based on the things that you observed. And I found that to be a really fascinating interdisciplinary approach, because when you have people who aren't deeply taught in the scientific, with what they're looking at, you can actually have people focus on different parts of the images, things that I might not even think to look at, and you can get some interesting knowledge out of how someone who doesn't have that background looks at these pictures, looks at these tissues. So that is something that I'm very interested in, is these sort of broad collaborations and sort of doing out-of-the-box stuff, trying to get people from all different fields involved in that sort of research. So yeah, thank you.
What you just said, Isabella, reminded me of a project one of our graduate music students did recently. This student already had a PhD in geophysics, but she decided to go back to school for music. And so her project was actually filming like a slow motion movement of kind of liquid in a gel, and then kind of playing music or composing music along with that. So that was a cool project. So if you want to see collaboration in action today at 10:45 in the Oval Hall, Dr. Michael McGee and I and 20 of our concert choir students will actually be performing in a major collaboration featuring a very famous work by Mozart, and we'll also play Beethoven and Chopin for you. So a very interactive presentation. What I want to say is, the longer I live, the more I feel like everything is interdisciplinary, like everything is related to everything else. And what I love about collaboration is that it's future-proof. That is a skill that we'll need forever. AI won't steal that from us. And then you can collaborate with AI. Some of our students do that, but we still need that interaction to get different perspectives. It's all about getting as many perspectives as you can. You can't read the label from inside the bottle. You have to be able to see things from various perspectives. And so I think interdisciplinarity and collaboration are excellent for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the key of a research. You can't write a book by yourself, submit an article without looking a colleague or a friend to read it and give you some feedback. And that's what we have been doing, my colleague Sarah Lynn, when I was writing something she have to read. And here, for example, at Wesleyan, if I wrote about Detective Buchrichana, it's because of Nick. He was discussing about the hard-boiled detective. And Nick was talking a lot about the chain detective of a writer, Chinese writer. And then he opened my eye to get interest into that. So I think collaboration is one of the things that make us feel confident and know what direction we are taking. And yesterday, you remember yesterday, Tom, I stopped in your office just to ask, we have some expression word in French, repli identitaire. How can we translate repli identitaire, identity reflection or identity rejection of the strange or other culture? How can we translate that into French? I went to your office to ask here yesterday. So, also, at certain point, like this day when we are making our symposium, I feel like we have to think on our audience, our students that are coming to listen to us. And that's why when the Department of History, Politics, and Global Study has a meeting with our major students, we ask them, after placing a map outside, to put a bullet point where they would like to study or work, where they would like to learn more, and where they have some family or connection like that. And we saw from the map that most of the time, Africa, Europe, Asia was most, although they have a wide vision of life, was most the part that our students want to learn and learn more. And that's why I just said, well, let's, for this symposium today, present a detective West African detective novel, socio-critical analysis, and to see what I can bring to students in that communication. Thank you.
And just for the record, when Professor Sappi came to my office and asked this question, I said a lot more than this, but my answer pretty much boiled down to, I don't know, you're probably going to have to explain that a lot. So that's probably an example of a failed collaboration.
Okay, thank you, everybody. If I can open up the audience for questions. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask our panel members? Okay. You got one? I'll come to you. No, I've got it.
So I was just curious on how you guys deal with answers that contradict your original hypotheses, like if you change your hypothesis initially, or if you adapt your answer, if you just say, okay, I got it wrong, and move on.
I do. That is the best part of the scientific process, honestly. But you have to be resilient, because in the sciences you fail a lot, and if you're not comfortable with failure, that's a challenge for you. Because what you're doing is, again, you're venturing into the unknown. If it's in a book, why would I ask it? Right? If there's a question that's already known, why do I want to explore it? And so a lot of the times, it's about failure. And then it's about figuring out, where does the failure, what's the nature of the failure, right? Is it that I'm not asking the right question? Is it I'm not using the right tool or technique to try to address this question? But always, in terms of what I do as a scientist, it's, if your hypothesis is not supported, that's not the end of the story. That's the beginning of the story. And that's one of the best parts of what it is that we do. Not that I enjoy failure, mind you, but the ability to say, okay, well, that wasn't right. What do we do next? How do I then ask this question differently? What do I need to do differently to address this issue? And how do I figure out what it is that this system is trying to tell me? And so I don't enjoy it, but failure is actually quite motivating for me. Oh, sorry.
So the Secretary of Health and Human Services a week or two ago said something very interesting. He was talking about some connections to various medications and autism, and he said, well, we've got the position and now we're trying to make the proof. And that's not how science works. If you go back and read some philosophy of science like Karl Popper says that any truly scientific hypothesis is something that is falsifiable. That is something where you can imagine the circumstances where you would test it and you would find out, oh, what I thought was the case is in fact wrong. And that's still an interesting thing to find out. One thing that I think is really interesting in a number of disciplines now is a lot of people are pre-registering their research designs and laying out what they think is going to happen and then actually doing the data analysis. And I think that's a really, really positive development for intellectual honesty in research.
Yes, actually, I think that's the spirit that I started developing since my grad study in Europe. You spend like a month writing 20 pages of research, and you have an appointment with your mentor, the director of your PhD, and you arrive to his office, you return the paper, and he said, come 3 days ago, he read it, and he said, well, you have to restart this forever. And you say, my God, is that possible? And you have to accept it, because he said, well, you have to be receptive, right? Humility is also key of research. And that's why, actually, when we go to conference and we thank the provost for providing money for conferences, it's for many things. You present paper, and the aim is to make that paper become a chapter of a future book. And you are presenting to peers, to faculty from other institutions. And most of the time, I receive their feedback is very valuable on how to guide the book or to write it or to orient. Although sometimes many people, when I am presenting in Spanish, ask me whether I am from Cuba or I don't know where, but anyway, I think that's a very good question. Thank you.
So in my field, I think often there is not one right answer. I think there's a lot of different good answers depending on the situation, the context. So when I'm teaching, I try to give information and not too much opinion and just say, well, you've got the information, you can judge for yourself. One example is, somebody who plays piano who's like 6'2" and 250 pounds is going to play piano differently than me. They have physical mass or mechanics that will function differently than when I strike a key on the piano. And so how you sit, how you play, how you approach the music is going to be dependent on those factors. And so I think I would love to help students appreciate the context. And then once they have all the information, they can judge for themselves. And yes, there are many scholars in many fields that are well known, and two scholars will have completely different opinions, right? And you have to get the information and kind of decide for yourself, which one fits my worldview better.
Yeah, so this is a very good question, and the question that you asked really points to this higher level thinking, because your question, what you asked, about well, what happens when your hypothesis is wrong? Or what do you do when this happens? I think this is a very logical question when you're thinking about next steps when you're starting in undergraduate research. So when you're in a lab environment, like a Bio 210 or whatever, and you're doing research inside of a lab class, you have these very clearly defined hypotheses that you're going to sort of figure out as you go through the experiment. And it's not a real research environment. It's sort of this idealized sort of setup. In physics, they talk about having to simplify things down. You have the cow that is just a sphere, and you just call the cow a sphere. You get this spherical cow. It's much easier to sort of understand how that would fall through the atmosphere than an actual cow. And when you get into this position where you transition from sort of this undergraduate type lab work into real scientific lab work, what you find is that things are never as clear cut as the classes would lead you to believe. And so when I was doing research in graduate school, I went into it with a hypothesis, right? I was working on sexual reproduction in plants. Basically, we were trying to understand, why do the sperm cells in plants move? So they don't have flagella. How they actually move is not understood. And so we go in with this hypothesis. And our hypothesis is, well, there's probably a protein, a motor protein, that's going to be moving that thing through the tissue. And so this is what we start with. And we start doing all of these experiments. We find a very interesting motor protein very early on. We delete it, and the results we get make no sense. It doesn't line up with what we expected. And you're finding all of these little bits and pieces all over the place, and you're trying to stitch it together into a coherent whole. And this is a very long-term process. I spent 8 years working on this. We still don't know what that motor does. We have a lot of information about things that it doesn't do. We have a lot of information about some slight defects, but figuring out the whole overarching thing, it's this constant process of pivoting as you go and following where the data leads you. And the data will often lead you to places you don't expect, And so your hypothesis is really just this evolving question that sort of moves with you as you transition and move through the research. And so your hypothetical question that you're asking will alter as you're finding more data. And as you find more data, you might realize this hypothesis we had doesn't really make any sense anymore. Let's alter the hypothesis and see, okay, maybe this fits with what's going on here. And you sort of adjust that as you go, and it's this entire process of sort of unfolding discovery. And it's very interesting that you talked about these sort of detective novels and trying to figure out how things sort of work. It's sort of like a detective process of figuring out where do all of these little pieces of information lead me, and that's how the hypothesis develops over time.
Okay, thank you very much. That is the end of our time, unfortunately. I thank everybody for coming and participating, and I would especially like to thank the 5 members of our panel, if I can give them a hand. Thank you very much for coming. Just a reminder that there is a new session that'll start at 10 o'clock here, and there's another session that's starting at 10 o'clock downstairs in Corn. Thank you very much for coming.
Got it. Oh, hello. Oh, this works too. Hey, I'm going to introduce you. Oh, there is one, but I don't know if it's going to work. Oh.
Try it out. I got a brand new one.
Let me turn it on.
More than one.
It is on, but look, it's probably dead. Well, the laser pointer works, but
Sometimes
the clicker's not
there's
working.
more than one in here. You have to-
So far, we know the laser pointer works on this. But the clicker,
This is my least favorite presentation
There you go.
setup. It's such an awkward, like the angle of this.
I know it is, and you're like back and forth. Are
It's
any of
the
your
best
students
place
here
to-
with you?
No.
These are
It's
your
just-
collaborators,
yeah,
right? Okay.
Yeah, but they're
Okay,
not
so I've got a
doing anything.
brand new one. I'm going to go plug this receiver into the
Okay.
computer.
And we'll cross our
Can you test it when I
Yep.
want to go up there and plug it in, and then you test it, make sure you can go like forward and back.
Yeah, you got a couple minutes. She either did or she was here for part of the time to do. She was one of the exchange. So I don't remember. I think she was maybe working on like a second degree, and so I think she did finish. Yeah. and then she went back home.
Okay, get ready because he's just plugging in. Natural. Oh, no. Wait, something happened. You have to point it to that?
No.
No joy, Russell. So you're just gonna have to be like, next slide. We got one more minute.
Things have worked at some point in the past.
Will these microphones work if you're a pacer? Or are you just gonna be stationary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I should probably just be stationary if.
Well, have a seat, relax, because I get to introduce you.
Yeah.
I love your shoes.
Thank you. Thank you. I like to match, to mix and match prints.
Oh, I love that. I love that. All right, we're just gonna get going. Hello, folks. How y'all doing? I see a lot of you are still kind of trickling in, but we're gonna go ahead and get started with this session. My name is Dr. Brandy Simpson. I'm a professor of history here at Wesleyan and the director of the honors program. I am here to introduce Dr. Brooke Bennett-Day. Dr. Brooke Bennett-Day is a professor of psychology at Wesleyan College. A first-generation college student, she earned a PhD in psychology with an emphasis in social psychology from Florida State University and a BS in psychology from Valdosta State University. Her research interests have historically focused on the impact of race on legal issues such as eyewitness memory, but recently have included how attitudes about AI and robots can tell us more about being human. Her favorite courses to teach include social psychology, research methods, forensic psychology, and history and systems of psychology. She has been the recipient of Wesleyan's Vulcan Teaching Excellence Award, the Quillian Distinguished Teaching Award, and the Anne Monk Award for Excellence in Teaching. Please welcome Dr. Brooke Bennett-Day.
Good morning, everyone. We have the clicker working, yay! Yeah, yes, applause for the clicker. So I'm here today to talk about some of the research that I've been working on with students over the past couple of years. I do have additional AI-related stuff that I'm working on with students currently. I'll tell you a little bit about that at the end. So a quick definition on this before we get started. So according to IBM, AI is technology that enables computers and machines to simulate human learning, comprehension, problem-solving, decision-making, creativity, and autonomy. There is so much that falls under that umbrella. My stuff specifically today really focuses on algorithmic decision-making. So it's a small part of what could go on there. It's a little bit different from generative AI that we're kind of used to hearing about now. So this has to do with systems that make or assist in decisions, and that's what I started looking at. And to me, this topic has been really interesting to explore because as you were hearing, my research has historically been on psychology in the legal system. And at some point a few years ago, I got really interested in thinking about robots and how we perceive automatic beings, especially in the history of psychology. And I was thinking there is no way that I would be able to carry that over into my other interest. And then I started finding that there were ways to do that. So this is one of those things. Okay. So we can start off knowing that people have concerns about AI. You yourself may have concerns about AI and all the things that you've read about it. With the increasing use of AI within modern society, it does make sense to consider our perceptions about this and how it might spill into a lot of other areas. In a recent report, Pew Research showed that 82% of Americans reported some degree of concern with the increased use of AI in their everyday lives. One particular area of concern is that AI could be used to make decisions about things that would impact their lives, right? And this could be in a lot of different areas. One of the long-standing findings that we have in looking at AI is this of algorithmic aversion. right? That people tend to prefer human decision-making over statistical models. And that holds true even if you show that the statistical models are more accurate sometimes, right? People still want that human involvement there. And we can think about accuracy and bias being important here too, right? So sometimes those higher levels of accuracy may exist, but they may not be consistent across a lot of different types of decisions. For example, there are concerns with face recognition technology that have shown when algorithms are built on data that excludes subsets of the population, they retain biases based on race and gender, right? That's a big issue. There's also the belief that one's own situation is so unique that it just can't be accounted for by an algorithm, right? That it has to take a human to figure that out for you. Certainly, these areas support the need for better development of AI and algorithmic decision-making. Still, as Mullainathan noted in his New York Times commentary in 2019, it is a lot easier to find and correct biases in algorithms than it is to find and correct biases in humans. So that suggests that we should be working on algorithms, should be trying to improve them and to think about people's perceptions of how they're used. Okay, so our perceptions can actually be influenced by a lot of different factors. So research into discrimination in AI and algorithmic decision-making suggests a lot of complexity in how AI and algorithmic decisions are viewed. For example, people may be swayed in favor of decisions made by AI when they're provided additional data about human bias in that same arena. This was shown by one study by Bigman and colleagues that focused on AI-based decisions in healthcare. So what they did is they had black and white participants, and participants read a vignette, so a description of an algorithmic healthcare decision. Basically, they were asking them, imagine that you needed health care, you needed treatment, and this was back, they were focusing on COVID, and they said, you have the opportunity to be taken to one of these hospitals. One of these hospitals uses algorithmic decision-making in deciding on treatments, and the other one uses completely human-based decision-making in deciding what treatments to give you. They also assigned half of the participants in each of the groups to read additional material that included statistics related to racial disparities in healthcare treatment, right? You get to either not read about that information or you read that human decision-making can come with racial disparities in treatment. And they found that participants who were provided with this inequality threat were more likely to choose a hospital that used AI-based algorithms for decision-making than the fully human-based decision-making. So this effect was even more pronounced for Black participants than for white participants. So knowing about human bias may make AI look better, right? So being reminded about this may tilt the odds in favor of AI. And Bigman and colleagues note that social cognitive theory is probably playing a role here. So the inequality threat is going to vary in terms of how vivid or salient that might be for group membership, right? If you feel like that might apply to you in that particular case, it may matter more for you. So we might wonder about whether this could apply to a judicial setting. You might think, okay, but is someone going to be facing AI in the judgments in the courtroom? And the answer is not exactly yet, but it is not unheard of to think about AI in the legal setting. So we don't, in the United States, currently involve AI in the role of independent judging, but there are some states where programs assist human judges in decisions related to bail determination or deciding on future dangerousness, right? So are the recidivism rates likely for this particular offender? What should bail be set at? Should someone be granted parole? Also, there are a handful of countries that have taken the idea further on a small-scale test of AI-based legal decisions. So it is not outside the realm of possibility there. We also know that technology could help an overburdened system. So right now, 98% plus of cases in the United States are settled through plea bargaining, right? And so the potential for a technological solution has some merit. It's something people are looking at. In law journals, you'll see this kind of thing debated. But a functional legal system has to have a perception of fairness, right? Even if a system isn't totally fair, it needs to be perceived as fair for people to place their trust in it. So the same concerns noted above with respect to face recognition also apply here. Can AI be seen as impartial? And even if they can be, we need to make sure that decisions are made in such a way that they are perceived as fair by people involved. So what we did for our study is we extended the Bigman study. We said, okay, so we see that this is what shows up in healthcare. Would we see the same pattern in the legal system? So we predicted that for participants, if they received information about racial inequality in judicial outcomes, that would push them to have more favorable opinions of an AI judge. And we felt that, just like in Bigman's research, that this would show up more for Black participants than for white participants, considering what might seem more salient. So we collected data from 160 participants. There were 132 in the final analysis. If you've never collected data from a whole bunch of people, you know that some of the data you get is just not good. People stop halfway through. People finish in a minute where they clearly couldn't have read everything. You know, you have some data that doesn't stay in. These participants were selected from Prolific. Prolific is one of the services where you can pay to get a sample of participants. So this was not a college sample. This was a broad sample of people in the United States who were able to serve on a jury, potentially. And their age, the mean age was 40, ranged from 22 to 70. A slight majority of the sample were women. The sample was approximately half Black and half white as far as racial diversity goes. Participants were paid a small amount of money to take part in this study. It took them about 8 minutes to do this study. And they completed a couple of measures related to their attitudes about AI. So first was just a general attitudes toward AI scale. And then they also completed one about attitudes about legal technologies. Like just generally, do you think that legal technology is a good idea, to use technology in the legal system to help with all kinds of things? So it's pretty broad. They received 1 or 2 sets of instructions. So you can see this is basically what it looked like here. So everyone read the first part of this. And I'm not going to read the whole thing for you, but just the first part is basically talking about the legal system is maybe considering the use of AI to help streamline some of the judge's process. And then half of the participants, and this is half of the Black participants, half of the white participants, also got additional information that was a general sort of statement. It's based on real findings, but it's not research formulated in what they read, that let them know of disparities that are seen in the justice system, particularly in terms of decisions made, right, for defendants, by judges, and so on. And then participants were asked to make a decision about something. Now, it gets a little tricky because in the Bigman study, they actually could say, for you, what hospital would you want to go to, right? In a legal study, I didn't really want to say, when you commit this crime, you know, what do you want to happen to your case? Because someone really is going to be like, well, I'm not going to do that. So we had to make it a little different, and we decided to say a member of your family, right? Someone that you know, you would feel like you have some sense of responsibility toward them, maybe. So an extended family member. They've been charged with theft and destruction of property, a crime that carries with it potential for a multi-year prison sentence. And we asked them, they're offered two two choices. A trial presided by a human judge or an AI-based algorithm, what would you recommend that they select? So it's still, what do you think is the best thing to do, with a little bit of added pressure there. And this is what we found. So our hypotheses were both supported. So receiving the inequality threat did result in more favorable perceptions of the AI judge. And this did also interact with race, with this effect being more pronounced for Black participants versus white participants. This is exactly what Bigman got. We were able to replicate that this occurs in the legal system as well. I do want to note something, though. You can see our values here, right? You can see where we are. The way that we set this up is that the lower scores are always the human judge, right? Like definitely the human judge. And then as you go higher, it would go more toward definitely the AI judge, right? So even though we do get some movement when we have that inequality threat, and we get some movement when we look at Black versus white participants, it's still algorithmic aversion. It's not even to the midpoint. It's still a preference for human, it just moves it a little bit. That is a little bit different from what Bigman got. Bigman got more of an increase where it was actually more toward the midpoint where people were neutral, although still not fans of AI, but we do get a slight difference here. So we also looked at the attitude measure, and when we looked at that, so the Atari, the first one is just general attitudes toward AI, and you notice here we find more moderate attitudes. Now I want to remind you that we collected these data before we did any of the manipulations. So it's not people responding differently based on what condition they were in, this is just their overall attitudes. So we do see that people do tend to have more moderate to slightly favorable attitudes toward AI, toward using certain legal technologies, although they also do say, yes, I get that there's a risk here, right? I think it's useful, but I think it could be risky. But that those attitudes are more favorable than what we get in our actual study. So it may be that in general, people might feel okay about AI, but when you're like, but what in this particular case? You know, they're like, no, I don't really care for it in that case, right? We're seeing that a little bit. We also looked at, just to explore, this was not part of our hypothesis, we're like, well, those attitudes, can they add any other predictive value? So basically, beyond what's going on with our manipulations itself, the fact that someone is positive toward AI, does that predict how they might decide if they would like an AI judge or not like an AI judge, right? That's what this analysis is. And we do find that there's a little bit. It's not as strong as what we get from the actual manipulation in the study, but we do get a little added predictive value for the perceived usefulness here, right? So to the extent that people think that AI or legal technologies can be useful, they're a little more likely to move toward the AI judge, but it's not as strong as the other manipulation. Now, you might be wondering, did the overall attitudes make a difference here? They also could add to that predictive value, but about in the same way that the perceived usefulness did. So the model either included one or the other. Basically, it makes the same information there. So if someone does think it's valuable, then it does predict some things. And I'm not a qualitative researcher, but a lot of times in my studies, I do like to ask people, tell me a little bit about why you made this decision. That does two things. One, it lets me know who's paying attention to the study, right? If someone just skips over that, they may get excluded from the study. But two, it allows me to think about where a study should go next, right? What else do I need to do with that? And the written responses showed a few different things. One, these are people that either said, they're not our midpoint people. These are not people that said 3, right? They either said, I'm in favor or I'm not in favor. So I want the AI judge or I want the human judge. And we can look and see that there were fewer people who generally say the AI judge, and for those people, they kind of have one central reason for that, and it's that question of fairness, right? They think that AI judge may be less biased. For the people that are more in favor of the human judge, there's actually a number of different reasons they may select that. So they may have concerns about a lack of empathy, right? And we see that in some of the background literature. They may be worried that AI can't deal with those nuances, right? Again, that's supporting what we see in the literature. They may just distrust AI altogether, right? Not unexpected. And they may be concerned about those biases in the programming, and then also that it could be hacked, right? That there could be some issues like who's programming it, where is this coming from, what information is fed into it. So that gives us direction for some of our future stuff. Okay, so we know overall that algorithmic aversion happens, and it shows up in our study as well, so that is support for that idea. But we also are seeing that it can be influenced. So our perceptions of AI can be shaped by what other information is provided and filtered through our lived experiences. We hear a lot about the potential dangers of decision-making by algorithms, but we can't forget that there's also a lot of problematic decisions and outcomes that are with human-made decisions, right? That's going to be something we also have to weigh and keep in mind. We've got some limitations of the study and just some future directions, and limitations are always future directions, right? So one thing is the type of crime included. So we talked about this a long time when we were planning this study, and we stayed away from making it something very high level, right? It's not a murder case. It's not something like that. We went with something that was maybe for the person making the decision. They could imagine a family member, somebody they know, that might make a difference. But it's completely possible that with a more serious crime, you might get a different result. We're also seeing similar things like this in the literature where they're looking at civil cases or they're looking at things like domestic disputes, right? And that's a different kind of thing too, and you might get different outcomes. We can think about, does this extend to other groups? So what about people who do have experience dealing with the legal system, right? What about their pre-existing trust about that? That might impact what could happen. We can also imagine that learning information and statistics about group membership, right? Does it impact Black individuals in the legal system? Does that then carry over to perceptions from other minority group members? Possibly, right? Like we could explore that. The personal relevance thing, like I told y'all before, we can't really make it about like you going into the system and being part of that case. So that does make this a little bit different. We did want to imply, without directly telling people, that the person who would be going into the system would likely be from the same racial or ethnic group as they were, and making it a member of their family makes that likely, but not definite, right? So something like that can make a difference too. Our lab is currently moving on to look at some different things. So I'm going to be doing a study that follows up on this to explore some of those ideas. But we're also currently looking at what predicts trust in legal AI more broadly, like what kinds of factors might make a difference there. And then I have two other student groups who are working on how people perceive AI in terms of obtaining confessions. Right? Is it something that could be used to analyze confessions and bring that information to the courtroom? Is it something that could be used to in evidence ploys? So you may or may not know, but police are sometimes able to make up evidence to try to elicit a confession. That is legal. What about using AI for things like that? You know, we're in a world of possible deep fakes and things. Like, is that something people perceive as okay? So I have students working on those right now. So those will actually be presented in the spring as part for the student research. So stay tuned on those. Okay, so in conclusion, findings like these are really important to consider as we bring AI into our legal system, because this is happening, at least on some level. And these are decisions that impact real people and communities. So this can add information to what we know about those situations. And thank you. Any questions? Yeah, I think we could absolutely strengthen the effect in that direction. I'm not sure it would move it quite as much, only because the research suggests that people already have some of that that's what they come in with, and that especially if you already get them thinking that this study is about AI and something, that they start thinking about all the ways it can go wrong, that's our bias toward that. But we did see for this sample that they tended to have fairly positive attitudes. There may be something a little bit different about people who sign up for a service to complete research studies, right? That they may be a little more tech savvy or positive toward things. So one thing with that would probably be also figuring out a population that might be more susceptible to some of those concerns to begin with, and then using those different groups might make sense too. Yeah, thanks. What else? Yes.
So with the AI and algorithms and all the information that's put into AI for it to be able to provide you with the results, would it not be partially, doesn't it come out initially already skewed because there are more people of color on in the prison system, so it's going to take that information and plug it into the algorithm and say you're looking at, okay, should I give this person bail? Well, statistically, this type of person is going to be a repeat offender, maybe, maybe not, but it's already in the system because blacks are already more susceptible to in prison anyway, so don't those same biases go into the algorithms and therefore produce the same type of biases that are already there in the human nature?
Yes, that is an excellent question and really well described too. With those details, the fact that exists, and if that's where you're getting the data from, it is. And there's a great ProPublica expose that kind of started a lot of this work, maybe, gosh, like 10 years ago now, and I'm probably off on that date. But they did look at the fact that exists, right? If you're looking at, especially with recidivism and parole and probation, that goes into it. People who came out kind of afterwards in response to that were like, you can address it, but you have to be aware of it to address it, right? You have to be able to say, yes, we know that exists, and so we're going to go fix that algorithm so it doesn't overrepresent this group versus that group, right? And that gets very tricky because people have to be aware of it. People have to think it matters, and then you also have to have some trust in the people who are doing the fixing, right? And are they, is it a nonprofit? Is it the government? Is it whatever? And are they periodically reassessing things to make sure that it works? In theory, you should be able to have predictive value of what's happened in the past to the future, but it is fed a lot by that. Again, the human judge is maybe not doing much better, but it's definitely something to keep in mind. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, that's a really good one. So these are not, I don't know occupations and stuff of the people we had. There is a wide age range. The mean age was around 40. One of the reasons psychology has often moved, in the past, it had a lot of college student samples, right? You get your participants from your college where you are. And that was a really bad idea for a lot of research because it doesn't really represent the real world of the variety of people you'd want. So a lot of times we do paid participants now, but that can change who's in that sample a little bit. It's probably a little less likely some high-powered attorney is going to be in this paid participant sample, right? Some research in this area does focus specifically on judges and on attorneys, and they do find in some cases people are hesitant, but they are open to some things. So, for example, attorneys consider the idea that maybe they make decisions on things, but AI sums up some of their information for them, right? Provides some of that past decision. In fact, a lot of the research kind of leans toward people are less scared about it if there's a human determinant involved at the end. right? Like the AI could do things as long as that human judge or that attorney or whatever like looks at it and can check it and sign off on it, then people get less scared. So people in the legal system in general have been included in some of this, but weren't necessarily in this one. But that would be interesting to see like how judges think about this aspect. I mean, it also threatens their jobs, so I'm not sure they would be thrilled in that way. But it may make some of this more streamlined if it's just a piece of what they do. Yes? Yeah, I think there definitely would have to be like broad agreement that this is kind of how it's being dealt with, and a lot of transparency. People would want openness in how we're dealing with these things. With liberal arts stuff, a lot of the background research for this, that the legal journal cite, that the computing journal cite, are often ethics journals, right, are often law and society journals, AI and society. And so it is a lot of people who are thinking through ethically, what does this look like, instead of just jumping into like researching it. And I think that's very promising, that there is a lot of background work already. Even, I mean, and some of these articles are 10 to 15 years old. And so getting started thinking about things before they're actually here is such a big deal. And I think that's one of the things that we can see philosophers, right, and ethicists and people contributing in that way. That's going to be really important. Yeah. A more what? How do you think it would change? Yeah, I think that's true. That could get interesting either way, because in that society, there would be more trust for the humans too. But then also could be more trust for the algorithms, because the algorithms are built on things that are seen as more trustworthy, right? And so it may be that you'd have a wash, and it might look the same way just because people are more trusting of both. That would be interesting to think about. That's something that could be done in elsewhere to kind of get a different sort of sample. I'm just like, who do I know in other places? It's really interesting. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benedet. I just want to remind the students who were here for the panel discussion, and maybe you didn't get a chance to sign in out there with Rohini and to get a raffle ticket, like Courtney, I don't know if you got a chance to do that, before you go to your next session. So if you were in here for the panel discussion and you never really signed in and you didn't get a raffle ticket, make sure that you do that. And we've got about 10 minutes before the next session, so thank you all so much for coming.
I'm ready. Huh? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Yeah. Really? That's long time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very impressed by your bio.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll introduce you.
Ah, yeah, yeah, it's you. Right? So, are we working with this microphone? Hello, hello. Is it working? No? It's working, right?
Yeah, amazing voice.
Hello.
Where you go to dinner?
Yeah, 5. Yeah. It's here.
But I have to leave earlier, but I'll make it there. So we don't have lunch together, right?
Mm-mm.
No lunch?
Don't launch, I don't think so.
Group picture?
I didn't hear about group
Have you
picture.
taken group picture with us? They want to take group picture.
When?
I don't know, that's why.
They didn't say it anywhere. Maybe they will send a message.
They have the presentations here, it just makes everything so gorgeous.
Yeah.
So it's Cameroon outfit, right?
Yeah, Africa tradition.
Africa.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Africa tradition. Outfit. Yeah.
Yeah, there are some words, but I think I can keep it there.
Uh-huh. Hoping that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Alain.
Alain.
You say?
Alain. No, that's French pronunciation.
Yeah,
right?
Alain.
Alain
Alain Richard, yeah.
I think it's Alain Isha.
Alain,
Alain. I know A is
yeah,
Isha. Saki, right?
yeah. Last name,
Is this the French pronunciation, but English is Sapi, right?
yeah, it's the same.
Sapi. Yeah, there's some tricky words.
Anthropological.
I'll introduce you,
Yeah,
and then you'll play that.
okay. You need it?
Let's see. Hello?
Hello? Hello.
Okay. Okay, great. Do we have any last-minute audience? Do you mind if I stay here?
You stay here?
So I can put here,
Yeah.
and then I'll
You,
leave.
you want me
Yeah,
to
you
put
can-
this?
You can leave the things here.
Yeah,
So I think I can use this instead. Okay. So I can read here. Okay. Hello? Hi, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? So welcome to our 10:45 session. And I'm Dr. In Jen. I'm professor of economics at Business Department. And it's my honor to introduce today's presenter, Dr. Sappi. You can see his name, right, and his title. So his presentation title is Insubordination in West African Detectives Novel, Social, Cultural, and Anthropological Study. Dr. Alain Richard Sappi is Associate Professor of Modern Languages. He holds a bachelor's degree in Spanish and Latin American literatures and culture, a master's degree in Spanish and Latin American culture, literature and culture, and another master's degree in Spanish literature and literary criticism from the University of Yaoundé, Cameroon. In 2006, he was awarded a scholarship that allowed him to move from his native country to Europe, where he focused on socio-critical studies at Paul Valéry University, Montpellier III, in France. In Spain, he earned another master's degree, cum laude, in peninsular literature and culture, and a PhD, summa cum laude, in contemporary peninsular and Latin American literature and culture and literary criticism from Complutense University of Madrid. His research interest focuses on contemporary peninsular Latin American literatures and cultures, the theory of literature, detective novels, cultural studies, and madness. He has given more than 30 conferences throughout many countries, including China, Africa, and the USA. He is the author of 2 books and is currently working on the next one. And this is one of the books he has published. Okay, so let's welcome Dr. Sappi.
thank you again.
And the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Today is a research day, and there are many panels out there. And I know sometimes when we read the schedule, we have to decide where we are going. And for you choosing to be here for me is an honor for me. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for coming. As you can see, I am talking about insubordination in West African detective novel, focusing on social, cultural, anthropological analysis. My presentation will focus on 3 main points. First, talking about the evolution of detective novel, because the detective novel didn't start in Africa. And in second, I will talk properly about insubordination in West African detective novel, and finally, the geopolitic consequences of insubordination that we can see in West African detective novel. So, as we know, let me place it more. Okay. So, as we can see, all of us, some people that are very curious about a detective novel, know about the murder on the Rue Morgue, and the L'Affaire Le Rouge, and the Monster. Those are the three books that represent the triangle from which we have the three main detective character of the story of detective novel. Dupin, Monsieur Lecoq, and we have the Sergeant Koff. So what happened in that context? In that context, we are at the end of the 19th century. At the end of the 19th century, we have the first industrial revolution, because scientific demonstration said that up to now we have had three industrial revolution, and mainly this detective try to use the deductive reasoning to solve the crime. So police novel at the beginning was an intellectual puzzle. At that time, people was just reading book like a game, because how to see who commit the crime, it was something very methodic and scientific. That is the end of 19th century detective novel. And it's the period of who do it, right? It means the plot is focused mainly on who commit the crime, the perpetrator. So this contrast with what we call the hardboiled subgenre. This hardboiled subgenre is the opposite of the whodunit subgenre that began in the 19th century. And just to recall, in the whodunit subgenre, for those who read Agatha Christie, you know about Hercule Poirot and Miss Marple, right? These are different from the hardboiled detective novel. The setting and atmosphere is this society of early 20th century that have faces the World War I and the beginning of the Great Depression. What does that mean? It means that the environment of darkness, pessimism, and gritty urban landscape is what dominates the spirit of people at the beginning of that century. And a detective like Sam Spade of Dashiell Hammett, or Philippe Marlowe, we hear about Philippe Marlowe, they try to establish the truth, the justice, because most of the time, these detectives, what makes them be considered like hardboiled is because they present their worldview. They show they are placed within a corrupted world that they are living in. And the thing is, when they solve the crime, they know that they have done their own part, but the justice not always follow. And this type of detective novel is the one that spread the word and go to Latin America at the middle of 20th century, and it developed there to become what we call the Neopolis, and narco literature. Narco-detective novel. Narco-detective novel, those novels that are based on drug trafficking, the drug trafficking, and mainly, most of the time, as we know, for example, in the case of Mexico, crime are never resolved. 95% of crime are silent, never resolved. And that's in that environment, the detective just tried to reveal the truth, reveal what is going on, a broken society. So, when thinking on what I'm going to talk about today, I said it earlier today, this morning, I was planning on how I am going to structure my presentation, but I think about what our students, the majority of the students that are majoring in our department, chose when we asked them about their place of interest in the world, where they would like to learn more, and where they would like to study or working. And I realized that much of our students are globally oriented and focus on Africa, wanted to learn more about Africa, about China, part of Europe as well. So that's why I decided to focus this presentation on Africa. First, we know what's happened. We know that between the Berlin Conference that was held on November 15, 1884 through February 26, 1885. Before that Berlin Conference, Africa was a kingdom, right? But at the Berlin Conference, we all know that Western potential, like France, Great Britain, Italy, Portugal, Belgium, they sat around a table and chopped Africa like a cake, right? To divide them between this country. And as you can see here in West Africa, West Africa was divided between three main countries, British, Portugal, and French. So me, I'm focusing this presentation on a French Western country. So, of course, I would not have making all the study present of the research that I'm making on West African detective novel. I chose some author as Moussa Konate to represent what I will consider insubordination in their writing. In the novel they publish, many of them writing with the spirit of insubordination. And what do we can consider insubordination? Insubordination is irrationality, is the type of novel that cannot be resolved by our classic or archetype detective, like Philip Marlowe, or like Sam Spade, or the detective of Agatha Christie, because they use rationality, they use critical thinking, deduction, induction to solve the crime. But in this environment, the environment of Africa, West Africa, we have a setting in the very traditional and ancestral, ancient space. We are here on the Badjangara escarpment, which was listed in the UNESCO World Heritage since 1989. In this area, like Timbuktu in Mali, in this area, we have a conservative type of population that have been living there since 14th century, the 14th century. And these people, despite of the changes, despite of the evolution, still keeping their way of living, how they live, how their civilization. And this is what these authors in West Africa try to preserve, right? To preserve and to show that is something that they have to conserve. So, what's happened with insubordination, with crime? We know that Dostoevsky wrote a book, Crime and Punishment. When they say crime, there must be a punishment. When they say crime, we must identify the author, the perpetrator of the crime. That's the first thing. But how can we come out with a perpetrator, a criminal, in the environment where sometimes you can kill someone mystically without a weapon, by distance? How can we do that? How a detective can solve a crime when there's not fingerprint, no clue to solve the crime, but there have been a murder. The murder have been there, right? So, what I realized in this book, I noticed that crime mostly are mysterious. Why? Because of the globalization, the young generation tends to focus more in the desire of having money. And they are breaking the rule of the society. For example, in the Dogon, the people called Dogon in Mali, is forbidden to sell a lamb. And we have a group of 4 kids from a family that decided to sell the land. They sell their land to tourists that come from France. After selling the land, they start passing away mystically, biting by a snake. So a detective tried to solve the problem and couldn't find how this happened. Why did they die? How did they die? Who killed them? Right? It's the spirit that is protecting the culture that sent the snake to kill them. That's the first thing on insubordination. Another aspect of insubordination is we are dealing with countries who refuse tourists coming, for example, coming with Western culture, like drinking alcohol, right? Drinking alcohol, dealing with drug. And mainly in West Africa, more than 95% of inhabitants are Muslim. So they believe on the Quran and they practice it. So this rejection caused sometimes jihadists committed crime against Europeans that come to their territory with unacceptable habit, because they are very conservative, they are very protective of their identity, of their civilization, and of what they believe to, and do not want anyone to come and make it change, despite of the globalization. So it's a type of what I was asking today, saying repli, identitaire. It means they are anti-globalization, anti-Western civilization, in order to protect and safeguard their identity, cultural identity. So, is the literature of insubordination. We know that in our culture in the United States, animal has right. We can submit animal to make a violence on animal, right? We can make violence. And well, we see here a donkey in the daily life in Mali. If you go to Timbuktu, to Bamako, in the countryside, you will see people using donkey as a truck to carry trash, to carry their merchandise or anything that they think is very heavy. You see, for us, for someone is heartbroken to see that, but it's what they believe on, and they don't want to change that, right? They are very attached on this culture of using donkey to carry heavy duties. Bien. We still have today, nowadays, in West Africa, in the Dogon countries, Dogon people, these people living in Mali, in the Badiangara escarpment, we still have this type of places in the center of the village, which is like a courtroom. Here, under this Togona, they call it Togona, this Togona, they place the chair there to judge people, right? When there's a meeting in the city, in the country, that is where they gather to judge people. Anyway, so what consequences do this have on, consequences, geopolitical consequences. Starting 2021, 2022, and 2023, there has been 3 coups d'etat, what we call coups d'etat, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, and Niger. Why? How do we justify this military, justify the coup d'etat? They believe that the elected president, democratically elected president, are just there like following the rule of what the former French colony, the French country is telling them to do. So they believe they are not there for their people. So that's why they organized the coup d'etat. And since they organized the coup d'etat, they break the relationship that was existing between them and the economic community of West African states and create what is today what you can call the Confederation of Sahel States. So it's this is the consequence of insubordination that we see inside the novel, but author that reject Western way of writing detective novel, author that reject globalization, author that reject anything that is from foreign country, and we also have it like the manifestation of this on the real life with new type of politician, right? They change, like they are no longer dealing with friends. they will now have to deal with Russia. And Russia, well, it's a new master that they have to deal with, but they say it's their choice. So basically, that's what is like a geopolitics changing based on insubordination, rejection of Western culture, rejection of friends, and at the end, finally, we have what we can call subversive form of detective novel. They are writing the detective novel is not the classical detective novel that we have. It's not the Western detective novel that we read every day, seeing how the detective solve a crime. It's just a different type of detective novel where crime I committed, but detective really don't know how or who committed the crime, but know why the crime was committed. And by knowing why they committed, the detective decided to do not report the perpetrator. That's what happened. For example, if someone commit the crime because they wanted to safeguard their identity, the detective decide like, by reporting these people is the way like, I am going to kill this civilization. So detective decide to silence the situation, the case. Because who violated the rule was the perpetrator, was the criminal, the person, or the victim. The victim violated the rule of the country. But so he deserved to be punished. Punished by who? By those who are considered guardian of the tradition, the guardian of the civilization. And that's what African nationalists are fighting against today. Because we are living in the liquid society, right? It's a liquid society where everything disappears, nothing solid remains, and how can we preserve ourselves? It's a question that is not only bothering those authors or these African writers, but also even in our Western culture, people are concerned about how to protect their identity, protect the civilization against the globalization. And that's what we can see when reading detective novel from China. We see that detective novel is particular because they try like to say this is the bottom line that no one can cross. This is our identity, and it have to remain solid, indoxable. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you have a voice.
Thank you, honey. Okay, thank you. Like I said, I missed the first part of this, but it strikes me that there's some irony in the fact that you're taking this form of literature, the detective novel, where you're trying to detect motivation and causation for different crimes, and that's juxtaposed with the cultural norms of the local population. It's a hybrid. It's very interesting. But it's supposed to be, you said, in service of preserving identity. But there's a bit of an irony there, because I might have missed this, but I think the detective novel, that's a post-industrial European thing that is people are using to preserve their identity and their authenticity within a global context. Can you kind of speak to that irony? And are there other areas where people are trying to protect their identity in West Africa, but they're using European cultural forms to do that?
Well, what I wanted to make this like a dialogue. When do you mean by European voice to do that? Using a language? No, the form of the detective. First, they break the form of the detective. We are first starting showing the the mid-19th century detective form of whodunit and the hardboiled subgenre detective novel. And their writing is not obeying on none of this type of detective, because you can't use deductive reasoning to solve a crime here. It will not work. You can't use rationality to solve a crime. A crime committed mystically, you can't do it. So it's a specific, right, type of detective novel that have been contextualized just on the way that they use it to show another form of committing crime in that fact, or to punish those who violate the rules of the society. Anyway. Yes, Professor.
Build on that question. Hi, I'd like to build on that question to ask about the language in which these novels are published. Because Ngugi wa Thiong'o, for example, told us that African fiction needs to be written in African languages. Yet a lot of the countries that you're talking about with the West African detective fiction, writers have often written in French or in English. Can you talk about that? How do these writers, what language do they choose? What kind of audiences do they have for those novels? And how do they talk about their potential use of Western languages to contest globalization?
Yeah, that's a good question. The thing is, after the Berlin Conference, Europeans arrived to Africa with an aim, the aim of destroying first what was there as African culture and civilization. In some country, French colony, it was forbidden, for example, to use dialect in the public places. It was forbidden to learn how to write or to read dialect. So it was forbidden also, yeah. So that was a strategy to make the French or the colonial language emerge in the society. And today you can see, we see it in our community, seeing 3 generations of parents inside the same house, great father, grandfather, parent, and grandson speaking French. Because they can't speak. Grandparent maybe can say something, know something about dialect, but they didn't transmit it because of changing or how the family have been structured. They have not been using dialect in the family. So that obliges this intellectual today to, it's an irony, using the language of a colonizer to write the book, a French, an English, a Portuguese. Because some African language are studying in a university in the United States, Swahili, like that, but it's just the beginning. Many languages are going, unfortunately, to disappear. Within the next 50 years, many languages are going to disappear. Yeah, because they have not been used, and because it was a purpose of colonial countries when they arrived in Africa. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Kiran.
Thank you. Okay. So one more question?
So I'm interested in how you're framing the kind of historical context for these novels as emerging following the Berlin Conference in the 19th century. I was wondering why you went with that and how it might look different if you were to perhaps reframe and move a little bit backwards in time on Western or European intervention in West Africa back to 1492, and see how Portuguese activity on the West African coast starting 15th century onward radically altered and potentially could have forced West African people and cultures to be part of the early modern process of the types of exploitation, colonization, and industrialization that was happening onwards. And how that might complicate this narrative that the perpetrators and the victims are kind of trying to assert an anti-modern or pre-modern sense of cultural identity when perhaps prior to the Berlin Conference there was already alterations that were happening.
Yeah, to be honest, I only understand some part of your question. Yeah, I don't know whether that was the microphone. Can you summarize it in a couple of words? Like.
Yeah. So.
That's fine.
So.
Yeah.
Can we? Is there a way for us to reframe how these novels are being understood as reactions to globalization if we go back even further in time on how Europe and the West have kind of intervened in West Africa, going back from the Berlin Conference, which you named, and going back to 1492 instead, with the beginning of Western exploration of the New World and obviously the ushering of the triangular slave trade?
Yeah, honestly, this author, intellectual, African intellectual, most of them have been they study in Europe. They study in the United States, in Europe, in many countries, and they read this different type of detective novel. And when they start thinking like writing books, it's like we don't have detective books that have been writing. In the 19th century, in the earlier 20th century, there are not many books that have been writing. So books that have been detective books, right? Even in Spain, during the dictatorship, there was no detective book writing. I just say that in China, for example, detective book just appeared recently because China didn't experience the Industrial Revolution. So authors, how did they even write the book in China, detective book from China? Authors don't live in China. Authors that write detective book based on China, portraying China, live either in the United States, in France, or in the UK. So because it's forbidden to say anything in China. So in Africa, mainly is today that the spirit of nationalism are developing. The spirit of nationalism developed at the earliest 1960, when they was fighting against independence for the independence of their country. But nowadays, there's another type of spirit of nationalism that is rising up in intellectual that is criticizing former colony without fearing, right? Any type of, because they know that everything that they say is open, everyone is knowing it. So today, there's not like a type of censure that say is forbidding to publish this type of books. So authors feel comfortable writing books today, so it's kind of like to defend what is their own continent. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So due to our time limit, so we have to end here. So thanks very much for attending.
Thank you so much.
Next session would be 11:30. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you have to go.
Okay, hello everyone. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Well, I was trying to get you like in the morning, and this was like the earliest morning session that I could put you in. So I hope that this works okay for you. Okay. Awesome. Alon, yeah.
So his session was well attended as well.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, like maybe 25.
Nice.
Maybe like 45 faculty members.
Oh my God. It's good. It's good. I'm glad they're actually going to things. Nice. Yeah, I like that. That's nice. Okay. Danny. Okay. Danny. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay, it's nice to see you all here. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, my friend and colleague, Dr. Ying Zhen is a full professor of economics. Her major fields of specialization are labor economics, industrial organization, and cultural economics. Her specific research interests include economics of immigration and music business. After getting tenure in 2018, Dr. Zhen has been focusing on studying the music industry and published papers in top-tier journals such as the Journal of Cultural Economics. She was invited by Georgia Southern University to give a music industry seminar in September 2023. She co-authored a book with Routledge in 2024 entitled Artists and Markets in Music, The Political Economy of Music During the COVID Era and Beyond. She will offer a new course in her specialty in spring 2026, Economics of Music. She considers economics a universal science, which should be open to everyone. Her goal is to help students see the world through the eyes of an economist, making them appreciate the beauty of economics and become civilized world citizens. Thank you.
Professor Kostiuk for introducing me, and thanks for a great attendance. So I can see most of you are students. Okay, so I'd like to make my presentation more student-centered because this is why you are here, right? Instead of just showing off how fancy my econometrics techniques are in my research, well, nobody could understand, right? So this is not the point. And especially I can see that a lot of you are in my statistics class, and you'll have a group research project due at the end of the semester. So I hope you would be inspired by my presentation. So I would rather make this as like a mini lecture, so you could be inspired, and this could help with your independent studies. My title, as you can see from this slide, right, is called English Proficiency and the Success of Latino Musicians in the COVID-19 Era in the US. We know that COVID-19 era has officially ended around mid-2023. So it has been for over 2 years, but we are still struggling with this research. So me and my co-author, Dr. Cameron Weber, because we also wrote that book. Just now, Professor Kostiuk introduced that. So this means that we are stuck in our research. This is very, very common. So don't feel discouraged when you are working on your group project. This is totally normal. And you can see that we've been stuck since maybe, let's see, at least for a year. The main problem is the data, so data availability, as I always said in class. So no matter how your research, how interesting your research topics could be, but if you don't have data, you couldn't do anything. So this is a huge pity. So why we started doing this research? So one day I happened to see some data from U.S. Migration Policy Institute. You can see from those small words, right? So I look at the raw data and then I compiled them according to different regions of the world. It took me a long while to compile them. So you can see from this table that from 2001 to 2021, so 2 decades, there was a steady decrease in the number of new U.S. legal permanent residents, which means green card holders from countries in Europe and Oceania. However, from 2001 to 2011, this number increased significantly for African and Asian countries, while it was relatively stable for countries of Americas. But as you can see from this table, right, they still have the biggest sizes compared to other regions of the world. And the number of new green card holders showed a general decreasing trend from 2001 to 2021 worldwide, considering 2021 being the peak year of the COVID-19 global pandemic. I think pretty much everywhere was locked down, right? So this was our original motivation. We were impressed by those data. And here we have more motivations to look at these data on the slide. The first source is from New American Economy. It showed that more than 400,000 immigrants working in creative or artistic occupations, helping support nearly $1 trillion $1 trillion creative industry sector in the US. And the second source, so when you work on your research, not necessarily in economics or statistics, but in many other fields, especially in social studies, social sciences fields, it's very necessary to write a literature review. So you need to see what the previous scholars have done on your topic, and then figure out what would be your contribution in this topic. So this is the point of conducting research, because your study should help move forward in any specific field. So it's very necessary to go back to see what other people have done. So here I just, I'm sharing with you several selected studies. The second study is by Stoner and Datra in 2020. They found that pre-COVID pandemic, during the pre-COVID pandemic, the music industry contributed $170 billion to the US GDP annually and supported 2.5 million jobs nationwide in core music activities like recording, streaming, and live performance. And the third source was by me and a very, very big name in economics. We conducted a survey together, so we designed the survey together. It took us 7 months from December 2017 to mid-June, June 2018. And his name is Alan Kruger. So if you look him up, he's one of the top 50 economists in the world. And he was professor of economics at Princeton University, and he was the head of Economic Council of the White House, worked for Obama from 2011 to 2013. So I was totally impressed by his hard work spirit since we exchanged over 250 emails on this survey project, and he sometimes emailed me at 3 a.m. On Saturday early morning because he got some new ideas. So I'm very, very impressed by his hardworking spirit. And right after we shared the preliminary results of our survey, he passed away. And according to the news article, that was a suicide. That happened in March 2019, and he had an incompleted book, which is called Rockonomics, which is about, which introduces the music industry from an economics perspective. And our textbooks will be due very soon. And just now, Professor Kostybuk introduced you that I will offer a new special topics class in economics this spring in term A. So I'm still thinking which textbook I should adopt. And I look at a lot of syllabi of similar courses in other institutions, and very likely I will adopt Professor Kruger's book, Rockonomics, which is a very, very easy to read book. I think everyone can get a very clear picture of the music industry after reading that book. So this is very likely to happen. So in our survey, 2018, we found that 81% of musicians earned income from live events in 2017, and these performances accounted for 42% of the average musician's music-related income. So this is also one of the motivations for us to find out more on economic performance of musicians, especially Latino musicians in the US labor market. And the fourth point, you can see that immigrants make up more than 1 in 10 workers in the music industry. COVID-19 has dramatically impacted almost every industry, with the music industry being no exception. And in our most recent book, we conducted another survey, which was called the Cultural Economics Survey 2022. We found that labor union cohort says English language is important more than other cohorts, and we would like to test this empirically. And this is probably the only interesting result that we did not get a chance to publish in our book with Routledge. And from my slides, you can see the link to our book. But today, I'll focus on this new study. Okay, so I'm not sure whether I was on this page, so you could take a quick look at the main results. And why English proficiency? First of all, my dissertation was on how English proficiency affects foreign-born immigrants in the US labor market. So this is a continuation of my doctoral dissertation. And for me, I'm also international. And how many international students are here? Could you hands up? Yeah, do you think English proficiency is very important? Yeah, some of you may speak English originally, but some of you may not, right? English proficiency is definitely very, very important. So when I was an international student in grad school, I totally believe that it is the top one priority. So no matter how smart you are, no matter how hard you work, but if you are not able to speak English well, it's very, very hard to communicate with people. And it's very, very hard to integrate yourself, right? I'm sure for international students, you know what I'm talking about, right? It's very, very important. So that's why I would like to continue examining this topic, and especially immigrants from Latin American countries, because Latin music is very, very influential, very popular in US culture as well. So here you can see two major points that suggest the importance of English proficiency. One is assimilation into American culture, right? We know that a lot of immigrants from Latin America and Asian countries lack English proficiency, which may affect their labor market performance in the US. And second, being proficient in English would generate greater economic return. You can see those relationship on the slides, right? So if one is proficient in English, he or she may be more productive on the labor market, which means higher wages. In labor economics, productivity is equivalent to wage rate, the higher productivity one is, the higher the wage rate one would make. And it's easier for them to transfer the previous labor market experience to the US. And although music is like a universal language that connects people from different backgrounds, language still plays an important role in the music industry in terms of reaching out to a wider audience. So it's not just like they play and then they leave, right? They still need to communicate with audience, especially trying to sell their CD, for example, right? So all require English skills. And English skill would help people to perceive and connect with music. Therefore, undoubtedly, English has been the dominant language in the global music market. And here, I have included more previous literature. So when you are writing your previous literature, you could be very, very creative. You could summarize the previous findings according to their major conclusions. So I believe most previous literature on my topic would show a positive link between language proficiency in the destination country and immigrants' earnings. And also you could summarize their research methods and compare them. So this would also be a great way when you write your literature review. And after the literature review, usually you should develop an empirical model. And sometimes you may need to introduce a theoretical background where your model is based on, right? So here is my model, but this is not the focus of today's presentation. When you go to many professional academic conferences, right, it's very, very unlikely you could understand everything within 20 minutes. So this is very natural. So I would suggest you to focus on the key methods and major findings. So here I just developed a theoretical model aiming to show immigrants' decision-making process about English proficiency acquisition, because for foreign-born immigrants, acquiring a new language is very time-consuming. It's like an investment. So there are benefits that would come as a flow, and also there are costs. So you have to spend time, you have to spend money going to maybe language schools to improve your language proficiency. So my model basically shows that there would be an optimal attainment of English proficiency for each individual immigrant. So this is a general model on how much English proficiency to acquire. Okay, so why Latino immigrants, why Latino musicians? Yeah, so just now I mentioned that because Latin American music is very influential. And also Professor Kostic introduced me, right? My two biggest passions. One is economics, the other is music, right? So that's why I combine them together. So my data are from 2021 American Community Survey, which is a census data. So this is a secondary source data, which is not ideal for musicians. So that's why this is the main reason we got stuck on this study. So there are several reasons. So here I have my notes. Because it's secondary source, so it's not, it's for musicians, they cannot really capture their behavior very well because we know that musicians, a lot of them, they have several jobs. And they have a lot of gig jobs. So their income may not be recorded very well, so this is the drawback. And also, we are examining their labor market performance during the pandemic. So we know that it was a very difficult period, right? And a lot of people lost their jobs. And for the music industry, it was even worse. So here you can see the number of observations, right? There are only 5 Latino immigrant musicians. So they were born in foreign countries among 771 immigrant musicians. Therefore, we decided to focus on Latino musicians. So we have 114 observations. And then the population of interest, Latino musicians. So there are 2 categories in the census data, musicians and singers, and music directors and composers. And since we are examining their economic performance, so their income must be positive, right? So when you do your independent empirical studies, this would be the most time-consuming step. First, to acquire data, making sure the number of observations is big enough, because if you only have 5 observations, your results would be very, very inaccurate. And also, you need to compile your data, clean your data, making them ready for your topic. So you can see that, unfortunately, those with positive earnings in 2020, yeah, we only had 47 observations, so sample is not big at all. But 47 is not too bad. It's better than like 10 observations, right? So we decided to continue our study. English proficiency, according to the census data, there are several categories. And then we had to combine some small categories, and then we have 4 categories. And here you can see that they are self-reported data. So when you are doing your research, you should realize this is also a major problem. Self-reported data are not very accurate because individuals are different. Say English proficiency, for those very, very confident people, they tend to overestimate their English proficiency. For those very low-key, modest people, they may say, oh, my English is very poor, right? So when it comes to survey, the data may not be very accurate. So like in day 1, in statistics class, we talk about garbage in and garbage out, right? If your data are bad, your results are not very solid. So here you could see the descriptive statistics. So this is also a very, very necessary part in your research project. You need to present your data in a descriptive way before you run any regressions. So in our sample, 25 males, 22 females, and you can see their educational attainment, their hourly wage rate, which is a huge range from 96 cents per hour to over $2,000 per hour. So here we decided to use the hourly wage, considering most of 2020 was lockdown period and people's employment was sporadic. Therefore, using hourly wage rate could precisely tell the productivity and reduce errors. It's better than using yearly or weekly income. And marital status, some people, especially for musicians, a lot of them are self-employed. They have their own studio, right? And some do work for wages. And weeks worked in 2020, because that was a very special year. You could see the summary. And travel time to work, English proficiency, so this is another drawback. So you can see that we are lack of data variation. So in your research, right, also pay attention. So sometimes you may have to modify your topic, unfortunately, because your data may not allow you to do your research. We don't have a lot of data variations. You can see 87.23% only speak English, and 12.77% speak English very well, so full professional proficiency, right? So we do want to have observations who speak English not very well. like speaking well or not speaking well, or not at home. So data variation is very, very necessary when it comes to empirical studies. And our another key variable is union membership. So in the census data, we cannot obtain this information. So we had to approximate this variable by using another variable, which is obtaining health insurance through employment or union. So about slightly over half of the sample has the health insurance through employment and union. Yeah, so you need to manipulate the variables a lot when you conduct your research. So I introduced you how to estimate individuals' labor market experience, because sometimes we don't have this data, right? So we use age minus education minus 6, assuming everyone starts grade 1 at the age of 6. And we assume that they start working right after they graduate from school, right? So this is an estimate. So nothing is perfect. None of the research is perfect. And then, see. Okay. So this is the first equation is the theoretical framework. So our empirical models are based on the human capital model, Mincer equation. Idea is very simple. You don't need to look at the equation carefully at this point. Idea is very simple. Education, labor market experience, they are the top 2 factors determining one's wage rate. But there are many other factors that could also contribute to the wage rate as well. Say, look at Z1. We have gender, we have marital status. So you need to strike a balance. If you include just too few variables in a model, you may overestimate each variable's impact on the dependent variable. So in our topic, our dependent variable is the wage rate. Right. But if you include too many variables in the same model, that's also problematic because because those variables may affect each other. So strike a balance and try your best, because you also need to look at what data you may have, right? So our key interest is to examine the interaction effect between English proficiency and joining union. So here we have some key results. Since maybe none of you have taken econometrics, so let's just focus on the key results. The first column, we didn't control English proficiency, and the second column, we controlled English proficiency. And you can see the other independent variables, right? Gender dummy, labor market experience. So the result reveals that when English proficiency is controlled, the impact of union membership on wage rate stays pretty much the same. So only decreased by 0.37%. So this suggests English proficiency's effect on wage rate is minimal, plus the coefficient is insignificant. So this is not desirable either. And this is how we examine the interaction effects between English proficiency and union membership. So mathematically, we can calculate the coefficients. The sum of coefficients beta 1 and beta 3 could suggest the importance of English proficiency for union members. And for Latino musicians with a union membership, fluency in English will increase hourly wage rate by 5.8%. However, both coefficients are insignificant, so it doesn't really play an important role. Okay, and then we examined the heterogeneous effects of English proficiency across earnings distributions. And first, we look at the full sample. So none of the coefficients are significant, so this is a pity. And then we divided the sample by gender. We have male Latino musicians and female Latino musicians. So here QR stands for the quantile. the bottom 25% quantile research, and then 50 means the 50, the 50%, the 50th percent, and I mean the 50th along their wage profile, and 75 is the 75th hourly wage rate percentile. So they just they speak to the percentiles. So here you could find our major results. The relative importance of English proficiency is greater at the upper tier of the earnings distribution of Latino male musicians with a union membership. Specifically, fluency in English is associated with a 3% increase in hourly wage for Latino male unionized musicians at the 50th hourly wage percentile, while such a premium is 26% for those at the 75th hourly wage percentile. So these results are pretty interesting. And especially their coefficients are significant. And if we look at female sample, so we can see that the male's pattern does not apply to Latino female musicians because for them, right, those key variables coefficients are insignificant, but the educational attainments coefficient is significant, which means that for Latino female musicians, educational attainment would contribute to their earnings, and also marriage plays a negative role. Yeah, this is this is a pity, right? So female Latino musicians will be penalized by marriage in terms of their wage rate. And at last, we tested for heteroscedasticity, so this is a econometrics terminology because we want to make sure those significant results really make sense. Yeah, so this is very common. So after you got your results, you need to run some tests to make sure your results are robust. So basically, we just look at the last number, which is 0.6099, which is greater than 5%. 5% is the significance level. Therefore, we cannot reject the null hypothesis of homoscedasticity, which is good. So which means that those results are pretty robust. Yeah. Okay, so that's all for the preliminary results. And I hope we could find more. And I hope this could inspire your own research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zhen. That was very, very interesting. Fortunately, we are out of time, but I think if you have any questions, Dr. Zhen, would you stick around and answer any questions, or can they email you? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
talking pointer is the thing from
Like it's not clicking.
It's like registering like a third of the clicks.
And then you actually click twice and it goes down.
Yeah. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yep, yep. Nope. Yep. Yep. It's really inconsistent. Nothing. Nothing. There. Oh, it double clicked.
You gotta make that a joke about it at the beginning.
Uh-huh.
And then everyone's like, ah, it's just gonna click it.
Well, the problem is that I don't know whose idea this was, but this thing does not have like a button. Here's all the way there. Yeah, that's not very actually. Like, because I took this up there. Works fine up there. But
Well, just do your talk to me.
yeah, but like I'll be talking from the back of you can.
Honestly, that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I am gonna, I hope that IT people show up at some point because I'd like to mic for it because I like walking around. So I don't know if this is hooked in. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Can't even tell if I'm being picked up. Test. Test, 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 test. Yeah. I don't know. I might go up there and futz with the gain a bit. We would have the gain on like the podium, so like I could just adjust it there because we didn't have IT support or whatever. Well, I mean, we had IT support, but like we'd have to call them. Like they're not sitting in the classroom, right? So like I'd always get to my thing early and then set things up. So like I've been here for like, I don't know, 20 minutes futzing with the PowerPoint. Because like, I don't know what it is, but like all of the like school computers, they like auto load the PowerPoints no matter how you save it with a different font. They use like Aptos, like by default. This is all in Arial. And when you load it in Aptos, it's all messed up. So, yeah, it's a PowerPoint. Like I don't know. I considered, the problem is like I use animation, so I can't really do a PDF. Okay, sure. Yep, no problem. Hello. Okay, can everyone hear me? Is the mic coming through okay? So I like using the mic'd up because I kind of like to walk around a bit. So we're going to do that. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for all being here. I really appreciate it. Got a lot of my students here. I see it. Got the softball people over here who just won their first game of the season. Yeah. Okay. There we go. All right, so today I'm going to be talking to you about some of the research that I did in graduate school and also some of the research that I'm doing here now that I'm here at Wesleyan. So my title is Arabidopsis thaliana, the 250-year unsolved mystery of plant reproduction. So plant reproduction is something that's been necessary for human civilization all the way back to the dawn of human civilization. So up here, what you're seeing is on the right side here, you're seeing a cuneiform seal. So this is a cylinder seal that was created in ancient Sumer and Akkad, which is one of my favorite periods of history. And what's being depicted here is 3 farmers that are using some oxen to plow a field. And then the characters down here, these are cuneiform script characters, and what they are talking about is they are documenting what is being planted in the field. And what's being planted in the field is wheat. And below that, we have actually a depiction of what the wheat looked like at the time that they were planting it. And if we take a look at how wheat has evolved over time, the wild strain of wheat has sort of evolved to have more of these little kernels on it over the course of time. And if we compare what we see from the seal to sort of the evolution of wheat, we can see that this is a very early stage of wheat that has been used in the cultivation here. So this entire process has already been going on at the point where this seal was made, almost 2000 BC, so close to 4,000 years ago. Humans had already domesticated wheat to the point where it's starting to evolve to sort of fit the needs of these farmers. And so the very interesting thing here is that all of this is happening without any fundamental understanding of how plant reproduction actually works. So the people who were doing this, planting the fields, they did not know exactly how this entire process was working. And so as they're doing this, and over the course of the next several thousand years, people begin to develop incorrect notions of how plants reproduce. So this was guided primarily in the Greek and Roman periods by the goddess Flora, who was the Roman goddess of flowers and spring, and also some connections of flowers to the Blessed Virgin Mary. Because of these associations, it was believed that flowers were essentially only female, that there was no male component to the flower, that every flower was essentially virginal and undergoing virginal reproduction, the same way that you would have like Jesus with Mary. And so this belief persisted to an astounding period, all the way up to what would eventually be this 1793 book by Christian Sprengel. And this was the first book that actually began to propose a mechanism of reproduction inside of plants. And what Christian Sprengel realized is he would take a look at the plants and he noticed that the insects that were sort of landing on the flowers would then move to different flowers. And through careful observation of this, he realized that pollen was being transferred from flower to flower. Up until this point, insects were observed predating on flowers, but it was believed that they were just predators. They were eating the pollen, and they served no form of benefit to the plant. But after this research, it was really demonstrated that the pollen was actually the male tissue of the flower. And so as this sort of develops and we start to learn the basics of how plant reproduction works, we start to gain the ability to more accurately increase agricultural yields. So the entire industrial revolution boom in agriculture has to do with a cultivated understanding of how plant reproduction is working. And it is through this understanding of how that reproduction works that we start to be able to produce enough food for the entire world to survive. Something that's a problem, though, is as global temperatures begin to warm because of climate change, a lot of the normal ranges for crop species are beginning to be threatened. So up here we have a yield change predicted for corn over the course of the next 80 years. And the projector's a bit not great, but what you can see is that basically everywhere there's expected to be a rather large decrease in corn yield. And this comes about because of the very close relation that there is between plant reproduction and temperature. So that reproductive period of the plant, when it's actually performing its reproduction, is the most temperature-sensitive part of plant reproduction. And if you get a spike of temperature happen, we'd call this a heat stress, happening while the plant is trying to reproduce, it can damage the pollen, which results in damaged or destroyed sperm cells or damaged and destroyed female tissue. And that process then leads to crop loss. And so what we need to do is we need to have a way to begin to understand how this specific process of plant fertilization works. Because although we understand the sort of basics of the process, the deep fundamentals, the specific proteins involved with that reproduction process are not understood hardly at all. So my lab uses this model organism, Arabidopsis thaliana, and it is really valuable for being able to perform sort of core foundational research. If you're familiar with like medical research, you probably know that mice are often used for research. Well, Arabidopsis is kind of like the mouse of the plant world. It is a model species that allows us to more easily study processes than in something that's more difficult. So for example, I have some comparisons here between Arabidopsis and wheat. You know, the question is, if you're interested in crop reproduction, why don't you just study crops? Well, the problem is that wheat has a very slow life cycle. It's harder to cultivate. You need entire fields in order to do it. There's fewer tools available for genetic research, and it also has a much larger genome, making genetic research more difficult. Arabidopsis is the polar opposite of this. It's small, it has a small genome, there's a ton of genetic tools to use with it, and it's also easy to cultivate. You can have hundreds of plants within essentially a closet-sized room, and so it makes genetic research really easy to do. So as we go forward with this, we are trying to essentially identify proteins that are involved in this reproduction process and take a look at them between different species. So taking a look and identifying proteins that have resistance to heat shock. There's plants that can exist all over the world, even in the desert. These are places where plant reproduction can occur despite those high temperatures. So if you're able to identify which proteins are involved in the process of this reproduction, you can try to find proteins that are resistant to that heat shock. Once you find those proteins, we want to compare them to crop species. And once we've done that, the goal is to be able to take the susceptible protein that exists in like corn and modify it using the non-susceptible version from like say cactus to make a crop that can more easily survive inside of these heat-stressed environments. Please forgive me as the pointer fails to work here. So this is the process of fertilization as we understand it. So what we're looking at here is a diagram of a flower, and pollen will land on the stigma of the flower, which is up here at the top. It then goes through a process of germination and will grow down into the female tissue. So what you can see here is individual pollen tubes growing down into the female tissue and being attracted to individual ovules. On the right side here, this would be the pollen grain, and when it undergoes that process of germination, that pollen tube will begin to grow out of the grain, and once it reaches a certain length, the nucleus of the pollen grain itself, and then also the two sperm cells, will enter into that tube and begin traveling through this tube. And as the tube increases in length, these three units, together termed the male germ unit, will travel following the pollen tube as it grows. So this is how the pollen sperm will get transported from all the way up here at the top of the flower to all the way down here at the bottom of the flower. Now, the interesting thing is that this process, like the motion of these sperm cells is completely not understood. We don't know why it happens or how it happens. There's been a lot of hypotheses of how this happens, but the actual function there, the specific mechanism, is not really understood. And part of the reason behind that is the motion here. If we watch this pollen tube grow, I want you to watch these 3 units here. The red thing is the nucleus, and then these 2 green are the sperm cells. And as it moves, the pollen tube tip grows at the same rate, but these 3 units sort of like bounce back and forth. And this was a really confusing motion pattern that was difficult to understand. Over the course of several decades, it's become sort of hypothesized that this motion is caused by connections to the cytoskeleton. So the cytoskeleton, if you don't know what that is, it's essentially like train tracks that exist inside of the cell. And so the sperm cells would be acting like a freight car on a train, and the motor is like the engine of the train. And so you would have this motor protein, that train engine, transporting the sperm, the passive cargo, along the cytoskeleton inside the cells, which are like the train tracks. So you have like this transport happening. And so this is some early work done by Heslop Harrison in '88, the year before the Berlin Wall fell. So you can see how long ago this was. But we're seeing some of the disruption in the movement of the male germ unit here when they disrupt those train tracks, that cytoskeletal elements. And so from here, you start to get these hypotheses about how you could have these motors sort of attaching to the cargo and then transporting them through the pollen tube. And this is really where my research comes in. We start to hypothesize that the vegetative nucleus and these sperm cells have these motors on their surface that is then facilitating the transport of them through the growing pollen tube. Once we get to this point, if I can get the slide to change. My graduate school research was really designed to try to identify which specific motor is involved in this process. So, you know, you can think about these motors like the difference between like an Amtrak engine versus like a freight engine, right? There's sort of differences in between them. You can have like an electric train, a gas train, a coal train. There's like different types of those motors. And so these are all of those different motors. There's 61 of them in Arabidopsis. So these are the 61 kinesins that we have there. And my research was designed to try to narrow this down and figure out which one of these is involved in the motion of those sperm cells. And so we started that work by doing some bioinformatics, which allowed us to identify 17 of these which are expressed inside of pollen. Because we were interested in understanding sperm cell movement, so it makes sense to look only at the kinesins expressed in pollen. And over the course of about a decade of research, what we identified was 3 individual motors that are involved in that process. And so out of this 61 total, we found 3 that sort of had an impact when you deleted them. And so once we get to here, we sort of enter into our overall experimental strategy. So we start off, the first step is we identify these motors of interest and we delete them from the plant. So this would be that homozygosing period, trying to make it homozygous for the mutant. If you're in my genetics class, you should understand and sort of recognize what's going on here. Once you have homozygosed these plants, the next step is to go ahead, see if I can get it to go. No? There it goes. The next step is once you get those plants to an adult state, you want to go in and determine, did deleting that gene do anything? It's possible that it doesn't, right? The majority of genes, if you delete them, has very little impact on the organism. So the way we were sort of looking at this was to check the number of seeds per silique. So a silique is just a seed pod. Scientists like to have these fancy words for stuff to make ourselves sound smarter, right? It's just a seed pod. And this silique, on average, contains about 60 seeds per silique. Can you hit the slide? There we go. So once we do this, when we identify different lines that have this defect. So say we go from having 60 seeds per silique to having 40 seeds per silique. Once we have that, we next want to figure out what's causing that defect. And so some of the methods that we use for that are things like reciprocal crosses to determine if it's a male or female derived defect, taking a look and dissecting the plant to see if there's a reduced number of ovules, testing things like pollen viability, trying to identify what are the things that are causing this defect. And the last part then is once you identify the defect, start to figure out what is causing that defect. Like, what does that defect mean? Who cares about this defect? What is, the underpinning of it? Okay. So each one of these steps, when you're doing this studying, you can sort of break this down and look at different parts of that pollen process. So there can be defects in all of the different stages of pollen growth. There could be defects in pollen viability. There could be defects in the ability of the male germ unit to enter into the pollen tube, to traffic through the pollen tube, or for the pollen tube to finally rupture and deliver those sperm cells. So these are all sorts of different stages there. And when we go through, what we can see here, it's getting real bad. So here we have the pollen grain. Each one of these different steps, as we go through it, we can find these different techniques that allow us to identify what defects are present here. So now we have these 4 different possibilities of techniques here. You could do DAPI staining to visualize the male germ unit in the pollen grain. You can test the ability of the pollen male germ unit to enter into the tube with live imaging. You can do staining to observe where it is inside the tube, and aniline blue staining to look at the rupture event and see it actually occur. So each one of these allows us to sort of test these different questions that we have. Okay, so I'm going to switch focus here and talk now about undergraduate research. And so when we're considering undergraduate research and taking a project like this and transitioning it to an undergraduate research focus, one of the main questions there is, what makes a good undergraduate research project? And when we think about that, we have to think about, what should an undergraduate research project actually give to the students? So there's sort of 3 pillars that I think about here when I consider undergraduate research. So a good undergraduate research experience is sort of lifted up by these 3 pillars: technical proficiency, scientific thinking, and confidence. And each of these is sort of built up in a variety of ways. So for technical proficiency, this is what we would consider like proper use of laboratory equipment, being proficient in broadly applicable scientific research techniques, the ability to execute scientific protocols, and proficiency in the use of laboratory notebooks. For scientific thinking, this is all about data interpretation. When you get weird results, what do? How do you expand those questions? When you go through and you are getting something that doesn't make sense, how do you troubleshoot? How do you practice good research ethics? How do you become a good presenter? These are all aspects of scientific thinking. And finally, confidence. How does an undergraduate learn how to gain confidence in their ability to do research, to handle failure, to learn professionalism? These are all sort of key things that you want to teach undergraduates. So when we are tailoring a project to these goals, it's important to consider these things here. So we want to make sort of easy, understandable goals as starting points. So starting off with a simple concept, like what is causing fertility in plants? Like what specific motors are involved in that process? You want to teach them bread and butter research methods that can be widely applied. You could have different methods that you could have highly specific to plant genetics, but that's not going to serve a student very well if they want to go into research with like fruit flies. But if you're teaching them things like PCR, that's something that every single genetics lab is going to do. And so having those widely applicable techniques allows them to get more valuable research experience. It's good to work with, easy to work with model systems, and allow student input and decision making, allowing students the opportunity to design their own projects or make critical decisions about steps in the research, allows them to gain confidence in their own ability to be scientists through practicing it. Oops. Okay. So for my project, these are some of our driving research questions. So how does plant reproduction work? What genes are involved in fertility? What about male fertility? What about female fertility? So these are the sort of different ideas that we have there. And so our experimental workflow starts with us going and using bioinformatics to identify genes of interest, sort of entering into the field, looking at expression data, and identifying genes that have high expressions inside of the tissue we're interested in. So for example, this is all expression data we're seeing here. Every single row is a different gene, and then these columns are different tissues with expression data. And so what we can see here is when you have red color, this is high expression, and the yellow is low expression. So here's some genes that have high expression in this sperm tissue. And so these could be genes that are interesting to work with. Once we do that, we need to give them experience with bioinformatics, plant husbandry, DNA extraction, primer design, genotyping. All of these are bread and butter issues for scientists. Understanding how to do this will serve you well, whether you're going into animal research, plant research, or medical research. From there, we go into a series of characterization steps. Once you identify a gene of interest, you want to be able to look at it and figure out what is causing the defect that we have observed. In order to do this at a large university, we need to use techniques that are both highly effective and also within budget. So all of these techniques cost virtually nothing. So ovules per ovary counts. This is just a dissection technique. You can dissect open the flower and count physically the number of ovules that are present. Same thing for seeds per silique. This is just counting. Silique length is measuring. Looking at flower development and whole plant phenotyping is just taking notes of how the development of the plant is being impacted. So all of these don't cost more money than just the plants themselves, which are very cheap. And so this allows students to get a lot of experience here with experimental design and workflow without sort of being overwhelmed with complex topics. The final part here is sort of identifying the defects and sort of delving into a more molecular level. Once you identify that the defect is a male-derived defect, you want to look specifically at the function of those genes by doing different processes like pollen viability staining. Different processes like this allow you to delve deeper into that question. And a lot of these aren't very expensive either. This just requires a few stains in order to do, and that makes the research very accessible to students as well. Okay, so we can go here. So that is the end of my presentation. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge some of the funding sources that I've had over the years. So when I was at Ohio State University, this research that I showed today was funded by the National Foundation of Science. These people up here are, good grief, these people up here are the lab that I worked in when I was at Ohio State. This is Iris Meyer, who is the PI that I worked under while I was there. She is extremely fantastic. She's a very German lady with very German discipline. I sort of worked in her lab there. And also I have some wonderful new students working in my lab here. So this is our current lab photo as well. And I will take some questions with the time I have left. Thank you. Yep. Questions from students first? Yeah, what's up? Mm-hmm. 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 Yes, so when we were looking at those different stains, each of these different stains will stain a different subcellular part of the cell. So I didn't go into this in extreme detail, but DAPI staining, for example, will stain DNA blue. And so all of the DNA that is inside of the cell will then be stained with that bright blue color. So for like identifying where the nucleus is, that's a very good use of that stain. Some of the other stains, like the pollen viability stains, those are a pink color and a green color. And if the pollen grain is viable, it'll get stained green. And if it's non-viable, it'll get stained pink. And so the way that happens is different characteristics with how those dyes function. And so the reason the green dye stains live cells green has to do with the fact that if the cell is alive, it can then take that dye inside of it. If it's dead, the dye can't get into the cell. And so there's sort of this different mechanism of function. And so dyes and stains are a useful way to relatively cheaply learn interesting things about these tissue types. Does that make sense? Okay. Other questions? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thanks, that's a really good question. So I was in grad school for a total of 8 years. So that was 2 years master's, 6 years PhD. I worked on this project the whole time. Over the course of that entire time, I actually got extremely lucky. The very first flat of plants that I planted had the extremely interesting kinesin in it. And so in my first year of grad school, I identified a gene of high importance, high interest. I then spent the rest of grad school trying to figure out what it did. And we still don't know what it did. I tested every single thing I could think of. When you're in grad school, you kind of go crazy a little bit once you get sort of really deep into it, especially when the project isn't going terribly well, and you start to run into these barriers. And when you hit those barriers, you have to sort of realize that science is hard. And oftentimes, the vast majority of time, it doesn't work. When you're in your science classes, especially the people who are in like English or things, when you've only taken maybe a general education science, you get the impression that like scientists just do the experiment and then they get the answer and then they write the paper. And the classes sort of cut out all of the failure. We talk about Gregor Mendel in my biology class. He's the pea plant guy who did the Punnett squares. Okay, that research took him decades to do. And there was a ton of failure involved in it, but all the failure gets, taken away. So when you get into these fields and you start failing, you start to think, oh, well, I'm a failure. But that's not how it works. When you're doing science, the science fails. These experiments that I did, it took me 4 years to clone the gene that I was working with. Okay? That is me over and over again failing to clone that gene over and over and again for 4 years. Okay? And it's persistence. It's continuing to work and try to troubleshoot even when it's not going well. And that is sort of the scientific mindset that you have to develop. When I was at my lowest point in grad school, I said to myself, this is ending 2 ways. Either I graduate or they're kicking me out. And eventually I graduated. So yeah, you gotta have that sort of strength of mind there. Thank you very much for the question. I think I'm about out of time. Nobody's flagging me down though, so do we have any other questions? Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
I find that like a really hard point for myself that I can do it, I just need to keep going until I get it done.
Yeah. So I can really relate to that. So when I was in grad school, I struggled a lot. Grad school was extremely difficult and I had a really hard time in it. And I wasn't the best grad student. It took me a long time to grasp concepts that other people seemed to get really quickly. And eventually you get tired of hearing like, oh, it's imposter syndrome. Oh, it's imposter syndrome. It's like, well, maybe it's imposter syndrome, but maybe also I'm just not getting this very well. you know, and I actually had this experience where I overheard some of my colleagues talking about me behind my back, and they were talking about like, oh, she's such a terrible grad student. Why did she do that? It's such a stupid thing to do, you know, and that really affected my confidence. You know, it made me feel like I wasn't valued. And through my entire grad school career, I had to struggle with those feelings of inferiority and struggle with feeling like I was lesser than my peers. And I really tried to not let it get to me, but it did bother me. And I think part of how I got my confidence back was considering the things that I am good at. You know, maybe I'm not the best at keeping a laboratory notebook, but I gave a way better presentation than some of the people in my lab did, right? There's things that I have, skills that I have that are valuable and can be used in the scientific field that aren't just like, how good are you at running a PCR or memorizing protocols? And so trying to find your strengths and not let people who don't value your strengths sort of crush the value that you have. Because there's a lot of different career paths that you can go down in science. And if you're in that environment in grad school where every single person wants to be a PI, wants to be doing research at an R1 institute, and you don't, it's really easy to get your sort of spirit crushed by that. And you have to stay true to who you are and find those things that you are good at and things that you value, and not let the opinions of other people really break you down. That's my opinion there, of course. All right. I think we are done. I'm getting the signal to wrap it up. So thank you everyone for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah, it's not going to do it. So just click. Let me try, and see if it. Yeah. There we go. Should you be up there? If I, yeah.
Can't get it to work.
Yeah, I'll just like do a thumbs up. Kara's doing it.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see everybody here. It's my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Barbara Donovan. Dr. Donovan is professor of political science and the DuPont Guerre Chair of History and Economics at Wesleyan College. She holds a PhD from Georgetown University, a master's from the University of London, and a BA from Tufts University. She teaches comparative and international politics with a focus on Germany and Europe. She is a recipient of a number of grants and fellowships, including those from the German Academic Exchange Service, National Science Foundation, the Social Science Research Council, and the American Institute for Contemporary German Studies. She is a frequent contributor on panels at the German Studies Association and the International Conference of Europeanists. Am I butchering that?
No.
Okay. And is also the author of a number of articles in such journals as German Politics and Society and German Politics. At Wesleyan, Dr. Donovan has served as department chair, division chair, and has been the director of 2 Sachs COC Quality Enhancement Plan projects. Okay, please join me in welcoming Dr. Barbara Donovan.
Thank you, Dr. Kostuk. I'm going to try to speak. Can you all hear me if I just speak like this? Thank you so much for coming to this presentation. I am honored to be up here, especially honored given the other faculty members who are presenting today. I am, in really sort of amazing company, and I feel, again, quite honored to be up here together with them. So today I'm talking about research that I've been doing for the past couple of months, this spring and this summer. The election debates, that's a new topic for me. I was asked to write a chapter for an edited volume on the German election that took place in February, and this is that project. So I did research over the course of the spring and summer, wrote the chapter. so in this particular project, I was looking at a couple of different things. On the one hand, I was looking at this question, what happens when the political party system begins to fragment between lots of different choices? Okay? What impact does that have on the structure of debate? So that's a sort of one general question. The other question is, what happens when the debates are more varied and diverse, and you have lots of different candidates? This is the second question. And a couple of different answers could potentially flow from that. It might be really good, because all of a sudden the viewers or the voters are exposed to a much more diverse set of opinions, because they're now listening to 4 people as opposed to just 2. Okay? So that was sort of a point of query. But another point of query is this new inclusiveness. Okay? Having debates that feature more candidates. What happens if one of those candidates belongs to an extremist party? What happens if one of those candidates belongs to a party that's kind of been ostracized, shut out in other ways by the mainstream parties or by the traditional parties? Okay? And that party, the candidate, is the woman in the picture, Alice Weidel. Okay? She is a member of the party called the Alternative for Germany. It's been around since 2013. It is on the right, the more extreme right, not the conservative right, but a little bit further to the right than that. Some would call it the radical right, some would call it the extreme right. It's also a populist party, and that means it sort of speaks for the people against the establishment. It's a party that collaborates very closely with Donald Trump, with the Republican Party, and with a lot of organizations within the MAGA movement. Okay? Because of Germany's history, and because of its history in World War II, Germany has looked askance at extremist parties on the political right. Okay? This is not necessarily a neo-Nazi party, although there are members of that party that do have Nazi sympathies. So anyhow, just to sort of bring that together, we have this party that at the time leading into the election was polling in second place, okay? Now invited to join this debate format. Okay? And what are the implications of that? More inclusive debate format, but one of the participants is someone who belongs to an extremist party, someone who belongs to an organization that the rest of the political establishment would really like to shut out. Okay? So, the agenda for today, okay, asking the first question, do debates matter? Okay, how are they different from country to country? Those first 2 items are kind of my literature review. We'll go over it real briefly. Very brief history of debates in Germany. Okay, a look at the 2025 debate season, and then finally a discussion of the impact of that season. Okay. So, do debates matter? And the first televised debate was the Nixon-Kennedy debate in the early 1960s. The AFD, the Alternative to Germany, the Populist Party, got 20%, the Greens 13, and so on and so forth, but much more sort of broken up political states. This is not unusual I mean, Germany's not a lone view. This is a fragmentation that's occurring across party systems. Anyhow, 2025 election. Okay, so a couple of different things about it. The snap election. What does that mean? It's called early. Okay, so the German government had collapsed. One of the parties had withdrawn its support, and so it could no longer field a majority in parliament, and substantive discussion. Substantive discussion, okay? In depth, on the issue, very little in terms of gosh. And that's just, that hasn't changed. And in fact, one may have expected that with this increased fragmentation and with undecided, that may no longer be the case. But substance prevails throughout. I'll talk a little bit more about undecided because she did bring something slightly different to the table, but I'll come to that towards the end. All right, so general impact. Is that, I guess I didn't realize I was here already. Okay. Audience size. So how many people watch these things? And the first one, the first duel, had the biggest audience draw since one of those national debates. But it basically the numbers have fallen off over the course of the years. Okay, so very strong draw. 41% of viewers on a specific night. Okay. The club, the four of them together, also super big audience number. Okay. The town hall, less so. The third duel, even the second duel, even fewer people. And then the citizen speed dating event, which is the best event, I think, had the lowest audience. Okay. So there had been, it kind of wound down. But you can also, this was really over the course of 12 days, right? And so by the end of it, people were quite fatigued. The other thing, too, is that the number of academic reflects who watched it online, YouTube, this, that, and other. So people could be watching it on their own or watching TikTok snippets or what have you, and so viewership might have been mixed. The debates left the so-called horse races unchanged. So very often we talk about political campaigns as horse races or at least the way most media depicts them, like who's in front, right? And Matt's going into the campaign, the CDU candidate, without a glass, including Matt, was the front runner. Okay. Not very popular. A little popular, not very popular, but remained the front runner. Okay? And it's hard to tell, what extent the debates actually influence vote outcomes. You can't really draw a connection directly, but there were not any big vote polling shifts that seemed to be attributable to the debates themselves. Okay? Matt's and Biden, I think, benefited most from the debates. Okay? Matt, because he was relatively unknown to the public, so a lot of people watched just to learn more about him and what he was like and what he stood for. Okay? And he actually came out as a winner in several of the debates. And then vital too, I think both people who would support her and people who would not support that party learned a lot about her from watching her appear on stage and having to interact with each other. Okay? So they actually, in a certain way, they benefited the most from the research. People knew Schultz and Habeck, those two candidates. They were in government for the past 4 years, and so they were well known to voters. Okay? Interesting effect on voters, though. And again, here you can't necessarily trace it with a direct link, but this election was the highest voter turnout in 30 years by a significant amount. 82.5% of eligible voters turned out to vote in this election. That number was really astonishing for Germany. I mean, it was astonishing for us, right? We know what our findings. I'm open to questions. Yes, Courtney.
I'm curious if you're doing any research on, like, long-term, how these personal debates are affecting our, like, who you are voting for, not in the music debate, or, but like, who is down. It seems these, debates over and over and over just changing all the time.
Yeah, and so, in this particular case, the data was, just, there were different viewers. It wasn't, a panel of viewers, it wasn't the same people who sat down again and again and again and watched the same debate, watched the debates, and so you couldn't really tell, like, how people viewed things over the course of watching 6 debates. I'm not aware of any studies that do that, but I think that would be a really interesting, place to go, in future iterations of this. Try to find out what happens if people stick with all 6 debates, centerpiece of the campaign. They remain a centerpiece of the campaign. And the public receives it, generally, I mean, they a real centerpiece of the campaign in the sense that the public expects it and the public receives it well. That may change with social media. That may change with some of the political developments happening especially with respect to populist politics. But right now, we still have a lot of legitimacy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and here, this form is evolving, right? And so it had been limited to these, duels between the main candidates, and now we have a much more diverse and varied structure, and I would argue it's a positive. I think it was received by the German public and by the media and by the government establishment as a good thing as well. There was some concern about voter fatigue. If you had to watch all 6 events, or maybe you didn't watch all 6 events, you tuned out after the first 2, but maybe if it wasn't a compressed campaign like this time around, maybe it would go 4 to 6 weeks, then you could draw and redraw it. But I think it's a good thing. Yes?
So I think there's been such a on both sides of the
Yeah, so there's also a resurgence on the left, the populist left. I don't think Germany's unique. That's, I think, these are political developments that are taking place in the information, like those posters that were on that one slide. Those posters, they're age old, they've been doing that for 100 years, but they're still doing it in Germany, is putting posters all over town. And they're generally about the candidate and about the party and not negative stuff about other parties. They're very limited, there's not a lot of campaign commercials. In fact, there's not, doesn't really exist. I gotta stop, they're trying not to stop. But so there's also not that opportunity to do the campaign. Okay, thank you all so much. I was just hanging on to this thing, like, I realized halfway through.
That was fantastic. Oh my God, thank you. I realized halfway through I should have given you a microphone and give him a microphone.
I don't want to, no, that would have been like, and then I would have two things, so thank you. Oh my God, okay, I'm done.
Thank you. You can breathe now.
I can't breathe. I have to wait for like half an hour to do more than breathe.
It's in the fridge.
That's okay. I'm going to stay here much.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Thomas Ellington. Dr. Ellington has taught political science at Wesleyan since 2004. He earned a BA in political science and journalism from the University of Alabama, where he also completed an MA in political science. He earned a PhD in government and politics at the University of Maryland, and he also holds an MPA from the Harvard Kennedy School. Dr. Ellington has also taught internationally, including at Sukmyung Women's University in Seoul, in 2007 at Ewha Women's University in Seoul as a Fulbright Korea Senior Scholar in 2014, and at Guangzhou University in 2015. In 2007, Dr. Ellington was elected to the Macon City Council, where he served 2 terms, chairing the Appropriations Committee in his second term. Since leaving elected office, he has remained active in local government. He currently chairs the Macon-Bibb County Land Bank Authority and is vice chair of the Macon-Bibb County Board of Elections. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ellington.
Thank you so much, and this is my stopwatch to keep me honest on time. I'll do my best. So the first thing I want to point out here is that local news is in crisis, and that's not a surprise to any of you who have been following the trends over the years, but we see a number of things that are troubling. There's a decline in the number of working journalists. We've seen an enormous number of news outlets closed, mostly newspapers. We've seen a decline in newspaper readership that's been going on for my entire lifetime, actually. And we've seen a decline in advertising revenue. So it used to be if you were buying a newspaper, you were paying a little bit, but most of the cost of news gathering was being paid by JCPenney or something like that. You know, the various advertisers who were trying to reach viewers. This morning, I went on a fool's errand. I thought that it would be fun to bring in a paper copy of the Macon Telegraph to show you what a dying newspaper looks like. And I went down to the Kroger, and then I went to the gas station, and I eventually gave up because there wasn't one to be had, and it just wasn't important enough to me to keep looking. But I think that does say something. So, this graph tells us a little bit. Which one did I get? Okay, this is total employment for news analysts, reporters, and journalists, and you'll notice that the trend is downward pretty consistently. If we're going back to the beginning of the 21st century, nearly a third of newsroom jobs have disappeared. And that's a problem because if you're concerned about coverage of local government, there are a lot of those to cover. 22,000 general purpose local governments in the United States. So that leaves a maximum of about 2 newsroom positions per government. And of course, one thing that's true is that journalists are not necessarily on the local government beat. And in fact, as positions have disappeared, public affairs journalism has been first on the chopping block. This understates the problem too, because in addition to those general purpose local governments, there are about 90,000 school districts and special purpose authorities, many of which have significant power, many of which have significant revenue generating capacity, bonding capacity, and minimal oversight. But I'm not going to talk about any of that after right now. Okay, this is circulation figures for daily newspapers in the United States going back to the 1940s. And one thing that you'll notice is that circulation peaked at 63 million in 1973. That's average circulation per weekday for newspapers. From there, a steady decline began. And so one thing that this particular figure shows is that it's not just the internet that's doing this. The internet, I promise you, was not killing local newspapers in 1973. If anything, this graph actually also understates the extent to which the reach of newspapers has declined. The population of the United States has more than doubled since 1973. If we go back to 1940, the population was 132 million. It's 330 million and change today. In 1950, the rate of newspaper penetration was 124%. What that means for households is that the average household had at least one newspaper subscription, and it wasn't unusual to have 2. You might have a subscription to the morning paper and the afternoon paper. Many of you may have no idea what an afternoon paper is because you've never seen one, but it came out in the afternoon, believe it or not. If you control for population, average newspaper weekday circulation peaked in 1946. We've also seen a number of newspaper closures. I mentioned this earlier, but in the 21st century, we've seen about a third of newspapers in the United States go out of business. And another 134 closed last year, according to a report that Medill School just put out last week. And this is important if you care about accountability. There we go. This is important if you care about accountability for local government, because the story of the decline of local journalism is very much a story about the decline of newspapers. No other medium has been so central to the coverage of local government, and none has seen such a stark decline in the 21st century, both in number of outlets and number of people working at those outlets. So local newspapers, like I said, are a dying medium, and that could be fine, except that nothing has yet to emerge to replace the function that newspapers have held. So you might look to television, and you might say, well, you know, TV news is something, some people still watch TV. TV news can't be the answer, and here's why. Even if news directors wanted to go all in on public affairs journalism, skip the water skiing squirrels, skip the clickbait and the rest of that. There are structural limits to what they can do. According to the most recent data, there are about 1,100 stations that run local news. They're served by 697 newsrooms. So that tells you that sometimes more than one station is served by the same newsroom. We see that here locally with WGXA, which runs local news on the ABC affiliate as well as on the Fox affiliate. So it's 697 newsrooms, and most of those are located in the central metropolitan area in their market. So if we look at the 22,000 or so general purpose local governments that are serving at least 1,000 people, that works out to 31 local governments per newsroom on average. The people just aren't there to cover that. So a typical 40-person news stations includes 2.6 news reporters with staff in many other positions who are not going out in the field and reporting. So at best, that works out to about 12 local governments per TV news station. What that means here is like locally, WMAZ is going to cover the Macon-Bibb Commission pretty regularly. How often are they getting to Byron or Fort Valley? How often can they? So there's not anything that's particularly blameworthy about the editorial decisions that are being made at TV stations, at least not in their neglect of local government. The point is that it's simply not realistic to imagine that TV news could in any meaningful way fill the gap that's being left by newspapers. TV is great for some stuff. It's wonderful for severe weather alerts. If you've ever seen Ben Jones with his sleeves rolled up, you know how useful that is. It's great for live sports. It's not great for accountability journalism for local government. And you might think, okay, well, maybe radio. I listen to NPR sometimes in the car. Radio's a dead end. Radio's more of a dead end than television is. While there are a few stations with larger newsrooms, among the radio stations that actually cover news in-house, the median staff size since 1996, every year that's been measured, the median staff size has been one person to do it all. So radio's not going to do it. And what this gets to then is there are some measurable gaps that exist in the coverage of local government. This is what I think my big contribution here is really this graph. This is a measure of something that we had not quantified before. So in 2021, I commissioned Civic Pulse, which is a nonprofit polling organization, to conduct a first of its kind survey of local elected officials. And so that was a random sample of elected officials from communities serving more than 1,000 people across the United States. I conducted a follow-up survey in 2023. You may notice on the x-axis there's actually 4 data points. So you might think, how do you get 4 data points out of 2 surveys? And the answer is I asked a couple of recall questions on the first one. I asked officials about their experience with local coverage before the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic, which at the time I was asking was the Delta wave, and then in recent weeks. And so I was able to break those things out. People who are familiar with survey research will tell you that recall data is not necessarily as reliable as data where somebody is being asked to tell you about something right at that moment. But I think there are reasons to believe that in this case, it's pretty good. I was not asking people to recall the primordial past, and if they are interacting with reporters, that's generally something that's pretty memorable. So prior to the pandemic, more than a third, 37.7% of these local governments had no reporters regularly covering them. That's something that we didn't know. We knew that there were things being missed, but that's over a third. That's a lot. During the Delta wave, that spiked to a majority, 52.2%. And that's interesting because one thing that a lot of governments did during the pandemic is they went to Zoom meetings or something similar. They went online. And so in theory, for a reporter, that's actually a little bit easier to do. Now, most local governments have gone away from that, although they may still live stream, and that's something that is useful, but I'm not going to talk about that much. There's since been a recovery So after the peak of the pandemic in fall 2021, the number of local governments not getting coverage dropped to 45.2%, and it dropped all the way to a third in spring of 2023. So that trend at least sounds good, although I don't have more recent data to tell whether it's continuing to hold up. The situation has been worse, and it could be worse, but it remains the case that we're pretty confident that at least 1 in 3 local governments is functioning without any real journalistic oversight. You might wonder how this compares to previous decades. How did it look in 2010? How did it look in 2000? How did it look before the industry started collapsing? It's a great question. I wonder the same thing. I just don't have the data. And unless one of you has a time machine or a data source that I'm not familiar with, which I would love to see, I'm not sure we can answer that question. But we know what things look like now, and we know what they looked like recently. Okay. So this problem, in some ways, has been on the radar for a while. I mean, my contribution in actually trying to see what local governments aren't getting covered, that's new, but we knew that there were gaps somewhere. And by 2016, Penny Abernathy, who was at the University of North Carolina, coined a new term, a news desert. She, after that, moved to the Medill School at Northwestern, and she's recently retired, but her project is continuing under other leadership now. So while it's challenging to measure, the idea of a news desert is really a very simple concept. And you see the definition on the screen. A community, either rural or urban, with limited access to sort of credible and comprehensive news and information that feeds democracy at the local level. And it turns out that there are a bunch of these places. So if you look at the slide, all the counties or county equivalents that are in yellow are places where there is not a single local news source that's providing any kind of meaningful coverage. You'll notice that a big chunk of Alaska is in that. Some of that's the unorganized borough. A lot of that's places where not that many people live. Maybe that's not that alarming, but a lot of this stuff is. And you'll also notice there's a bunch in Georgia. Why Georgia? Well, we've got little bitty counties. And that actually creates a little bit more stress for outlets that are trying to engage in journalistic coverage. There are some inadequacies in the definition. One of those things is that the methodology is proprietary. So you and I can't go and look under the hood. We can do some checking, like we can go to one of these counties and see if there's a news outlet that, hasn't been acknowledged or something, but the proprietary nature of the data is troubling. There is some noise in the data. So a couple of years ago, I went to Taylor County because it had been erroneously listed, and I got there for a Reynolds Town Council meeting. And I was talking to the mayor, and he said, oh, yeah, such and such a reporter who's always here. She took over when her daddy retired 20 years ago. And so clearly there was somebody who was doing the job there that just had been missed. Well, with any large data set, it's going to happen. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I would say that for a lot of purposes, the News Desert data set is good enough. And it's definitely better than what we had before. Another problem is the unit of analysis, and that's what's driving my most recent research. We're looking at this at the county level. And so if you've got a municipality in a county that has news outlets, but that particular municipality isn't covered, then it's not going to show up on this map. So we're, again, understating the problem. But this is, like I said, Abercrombie's research has been tremendously valuable. I don't want to leave you with the impression that it's bad or anything like that. What it reminds me of is something that Thomas Piketty said in his book Capital about another data set. He said, although the information was not perfect, it had the merit of existing. And there's something to the utility of that. So I've visited some of these places. And so if you look at those little red counties there, those are 5 News Desert communities that I visited last year, primarily in the summer. So that's out of about 200 across the United States. These were not selected at random. I selected them to have to be geographically scattered from one another. I wanted different racial and ethnic demographics, and I wanted different economic conditions. And so you see a very rich county like Martin County, Florida on there, pretty big population. You also see Mora County, New Mexico, which has about 8,000 people and is tremendously poor. So what happens when local news coverage ends? I mean, you've gotten the impression that I think this is a problem, this is a bad thing. Bad stuff happens. You see turnout go down in elections. You see a drop-off in down-ballot races. So if somebody does turn out and pick up a ballot, they may not vote all the way down that ballot. And you see increased municipal borrowing costs. Local governments that don't have somebody looking over their shoulder end up having to pay more for their bonds. Okay, so as I said, the current definition misses some communities that lack adequate coverage. And so I started looking at municipalities in non-News Desert counties of more than 100,000 people to see if they were actually getting covered. And this is tedious work that involves a bunch of phone calls and a bunch of index searches. South Fulton is an example. South Fulton is, believe it or not, in Fulton County. It was incorporated in 2017, so it is a new city. It has a population of more than 100,000 people. So it's a pretty big place, and by some counts, it's the blackest city in America. And they do not receive regular news coverage at all. AJC or WSB will cover them when incorporation was going on, and if there's a scandal like when the mayor got arrested, there'll be some coverage then, but nobody's doing the day in, day out beat reporting there. I talked to an AJC reporter who used to cover Fulton County local government, and he said, yeah, that was part of my beat, but my editor told me get down there when you can, and I never could, because there's a lot of other stuff going on, and Fulton County is 75 miles north to south, or 77 miles north to south. It's a big place. So what you see here is about 30 places around the United States that I've identified as these suburban news deserts, these large communities, more than 100,000 people, not in a news desert county, but in fact not getting news coverage. They're found in 10 states, and there seem to be clusters around San Francisco, all over Southern California, around Dallas, and Miami. If we were to drop that population parameter from 100,000 down to 50,000, which is still a pretty good sized community, I think we would expect those numbers of suburban news deserts to climb considerably. So again, just scratching the surface. Last summer, I visited several of these hidden news deserts. These are the few that I've gone to, and it's really like 3 spots there. South Fulton, where I'm going to have to go back. And then in Southern California, I went to Ontario and Rancho Cucamonga, and in South Florida, Miramar, Hollywood, and Coral Springs. Coral Springs is the home of the current Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers, and in Coral Springs, there's neither coral nor any spring. A developer about 80 years ago just thought it was a nice name. So I want to share with you a few things that people told me. So one thing, just in general, there's a desire for local news. It's there among residents, and it's even there among elected officials who might at times have a contentious relationship with the press. It's still a useful avenue for communication. And sometimes where local news coverage doesn't exist, people try to create substitutes. So over in Twiggs County, a bunch of people told me that everybody follows the Twiggs County Concerned Citizens Facebook page. And they do, and it's an interesting page. There's some stuff that's definitely of civic interest there. There are also like duct cleaning scams that show up too. But let's take a look at these suburban news deserts. So this is Miramar, Florida, headquarters of Spirit Airlines. Miramar does receive occasional, but not regular coverage from Spanish language and Caribbean-focused weeklies. So it's not like there's a reporter who is regularly at City Hall, but it may happen sometimes. And Mayor Wayne M. Messam, when I talked to him, said reporters tend to come out only when there's a big issue, and they tend to do their coverage remotely. So, doing remote coverage is better than not doing coverage at all, but it's not the same thing. And elsewhere, I've seen some rather stark examples of that. So, for instance, in one of the communities I went to in Sutter County, California, I was told that there was a reporter who would actually cover remotely from Florida. She had never been to Sutter County. And I talked to her later, and she confirmed that for me. Okay, Coral Springs. Coral Springs used to have 2 regular sources of local news, but then one of them folded, and the other one was absorbed by the South Florida Sun-Sentinel, and it became kind of a section that's been withering away from neglect. There are a couple of hyper-local sites that offer some coverage, but what I learned is that that coverage tends to focus on pre-meeting documents rather than either attendance in person or watching a live stream. And so a lot of times, the entire discussion and maybe changes of mind that might have happened doesn't get captured because it's not being looked at. The mayor I spoke to there said that he had not seen anyone in months. So that's something. I mean, the South Florida Sun-Sentinel still is present. It's a big TV market with the number of stations in Fort Lauderdale, but they've got a lot of things to do, and Coral Springs is just not a priority. Okay, Ontario, California. So this is in San Bernardino, California. It's in the LA metro area. San Bernardino County is geographically the largest county in the lower 48. So there's a lot of ground to cover there. The city government receives occasional coverage from a paper called the Daily Bulletin, but that's on average about every 2 months. There was no Daily Bulletin reporter present when I visited. One resident that I spoke to cited social media and blogs as being primary sources of information. You can see the quote there. It's just the blogs, it's the YouTube, it's the Instagram, the Facebook. Nice things to look at, but not great sources for local news. He did point me to something called the San Bernardino County Sentinel, which sounds like a newspaper, but if you go to the website, it's built on a WordPress platform. It's very amateurish, and it looks more like a blog than a true newspaper. And then one last community here, Rancho Cucamonga. That's the county seat. It's the home of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, which is a single A affiliate of the Dodgers. I'm not sure if they have any alumni on the World Series team or not, but there you go. And the mayor there told me that reporters used to be common sights, but that had not been the case in at least 5 years, that they just didn't come to meetings. So that's a taste of what's going on in these hidden news deserts. I should have a couple of minutes for questions at least. In closing, I want to give you a little bit of newspaper career advice. This is from 16 years ago, and that is that if you can get a job in newspapers, do it while you can. You can always get your master's after you get laid off. Okay, so thank you very much for your time, and if you have any questions, I would love to try to answer them. Yes, in Rhiannon. Okay. I think Courtney, I saw your hand. That's a great question, and let me see if I can get back to that slide. Some of it may be how the states are carved up. So if you've got fewer counties, there's more room to have some news source in that county. The other thing I think would be just local economics and demographics. There's a tendency for the county level news deserts to be more rural than urban, and so if you got a greater rural population in a community, then you're more likely to see news deserts. There we go. Other questions? Yes, Peyton. There seems to be a real split if you look at opinion data on how people think about their local news sources compared to national or international news. There tends to be more trust. There tends to be more of a sense of ownership. And so I wouldn't expect that, but I stand to be proved wrong. I mean, certainly what's happened at CBS recently as part of the Skydance merger has been very troubling. But I will also say that none of those recent developments are really going to show up in the data that I have here because the data precede that. Nicole. So South Fulton, the municipality there, is over 90% black. And depending on where you're cutting off what counts as a city, population-wise, it is reasonable to call it the blackest city in the United States. Income level seems to have something to do with it. Some of it, I think, is also kind of historical accident. So if you go back 10 or 15 years when you had some greater degree of prosperity in the news environment, then there might have been more resources to cover South Fulton, but South Fulton wasn't a municipality then. It was unincorporated land in Fulton County. And so you didn't have that history of a habit of coverage. That said, you do see some much smaller communities actually getting covered, partly because of alternative sources that have come up. So there are smaller towns and cities in DeKalb County right next door that don't get any attention from AJC, they don't get any attention from WSB, and unless something really dramatic's happening. But there's an online source called Decatorish, and they actually send a reporter to those things regularly. Well, it's just kind of a happy accident that Decatorish exists. The publisher was angling for a newspaper job, got turned down, and decided he would start his own thing to try to build his portfolio and show that he could do this. And he had the luxury of being able to make that happen because he was on his wife's health insurance, and she had a better job than he did. And that outlet exists, and I think that's a positive thing, but it's also very much an accident of place. Could somebody step in and find an audience in South Fulton and actually create an outlet there? I think so, but you've also got to find the person who's going to put in the work to do that. And I think one thing that's coming up in this research that a bunch of people are doing is, how do we replace what's been lost? And so there are nonprofits who are involved in that. There's something called the Press Forward campaign that the Knight Foundation and another number of other groups have funded. And there are new digital outlets that are coming up. We've got a new traditional newspaper here in Macon, but those new outlets aren't coming close to replacing what's been lost. Yes? A little bit. So for instance, in Broward County, I did not confine my study to just English language sources because, if you've got a Spanish-speaking population and there's a Spanish language newspaper, that's something that's reaching them. The same thing's true in Mora County, New Mexico, except there's not really any publication there other than this one newsletter called La Voz de Mora, which was recommended to me by everybody. I spoke to the publisher. She's terrific, but it's also a newsletter that's like 8.5 by 11 pages that comes out once a month. It's better than having nothing there, but it's also not the same thing as having a professional news outlet. And I think that she would say the same thing to you. So depending on the community, non-English language sources can be really relevant and really important. Oh, yeah, I didn't talk about this today, but private equity is an enormous villain that took over from a previous villain. So you had these big national chains that started engaging in very short-sighted cost cutting as far back as the 1980s. And so what you do is you make the paper worse, then fewer people want to subscribe or get the paper at the newsstand, and then that makes you less attractive to advertisers, and so then you make more cuts because you've been losing, and so it's a death spiral. What private equity has done is really accelerate that. And about 20% of newspapers in the United States are owned by private equity firms. Well, when you consider that a generation or two ago, newspapers were largely family-owned concerns, it's pretty substantial. And of course, that's not counting the newspapers that don't exist anymore because private equity killed them. One thing that is remarkable about private equity is in the drive to extract value from whatever assets private equity holds. They're perfectly happy to kill the goose that laid the golden egg if the price of goose flesh on the open market is high enough. And this is not something that's just happening in newspapers. It's what happened to Red Lobster. There are ways of spinning off assets, making money off those, and then basically killing off what's left. That's more or less what's happened to the Telegraph. Telegraph is owned by one of the three big private equity firms that's involved in newspapers, Chatham Asset Management. They're generally recognized as being the, quote, least bad of these firms. But I know that a year and a half ago, they were down to 0 local reporters. So there was something that was being published, but it was basically a ghost newspaper. And they decided to invest a little bit once the Melody started up and once the Macon reporter started encroaching on their territory. They hired some people, but I don't think that there's a real commitment on the corporate level to anything journalistic there. Yes?
I was kind of surprised by that graph that showed that leadership that has started to decline, like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
I would have thought that it was primarily because of the rise of the internet. But what was starting to happen 50 years ago, and why is it continuing to decline?
Other technological developments came first. So some of it, I think, is broadcast. At the beginning of World War II, I think there were 6 stations in the United States doing regular commercial broadcasts. And then in the 1950s, that skyrocketed. People started buying TV sets. The national network started having TV news. And so there was a real competitor in a space where newspapers had been accustomed to basically having a monopoly. So they got fat and happy. And, they'd felt threatened by radio before that. There was a big, nasty fight in the 30s about whether the Associated Press could actually syndicate its wire service to radio stations. And for a little while, the newspapers were pretty successful in blocking that from happening. Obviously, that's not the case anymore. But I think that you see technological changes, new media, and the internet, I think, has something to say with what happened, but it basically accelerated a trend that already existed. Yeah, I mean, like in 25 years, is anybody going to be picking up a dead tree newspaper? Maybe not, and I'm not even that concerned about that. I mean, I've been reading newspapers online for 30 years now. I'm concerned that you may not have people doing the reporting in any outlet. And so it's going to take a couple of things. It's going to take money, and it's going to take an audience. I mean, right now, there's some real philanthropic interest in starting new digital news sources. We've seen in state house coverage, nonprofit digital outlets emerge in all 50 state capitals that have been funded by nonprofits. But at a certain point, people have to be consuming the content that's coming from those for there to be a justification for it to continue. Taya, you've been waiting a little bit. I think in some cases, yes. In places where you have a small, scattered population, places where you don't have a lot of money, places like Mora County, New Mexico, it's tough for a news source to hang on, and it's tough to start one up if it's missing. So this woman who's publishing La Voz de Mora, I mean, God bless her, because she may not be totally filling the gap, but she's doing something that just would not exist otherwise if she weren't there. Now, can I speak to exactly what things within geography are causing the formation of news deserts? I think that the jury's still out on that, but you know, it's definitely been seen as a phenomenon of rural and more impoverished places. But I think that's not the whole story. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about Miramar, Florida. We wouldn't be talking about South Fulton. We wouldn't be talking about some of these other places. And we wouldn't also, I mean, even at the county level, Martin County, Florida is pretty prosperous. Nick Saban has a house there. It's not a poor place. Tiger Woods, too, I think they're neighbors. But they don't have a reliable local news outlet. Kendall, I think we can probably close on you. I mean, I think that some of this may be path dependence in that a lot of your traditional news outlets that have managed to hang on and do reasonably well were founded at the core of metropolitan areas. I mean, that said, that doesn't mean that all of those have necessarily prospered. So you think about a city like New Orleans, they don't have a daily newspaper anymore. Birmingham, Alabama is another example, and those aren't even like recent examples. But if you go back to when the model started collapsing and you think about what news outlets existed, a lot of them already had existed in these areas, although there's also a tradition of families owning newspapers in small rural communities and keeping those going because they felt the responsibility to the community that they lived in. Okay, sorry that was so grim, and I guess we're ending on that, so thank you so much for your time.